Going to call the meeting to order. Um, Item of business is to review and approve the agenda. There are some meeting logistics in the agenda. So just to recap that a little bit, if you're joining remotely, if you would change your name to be your first and last name so we know who is joining us. If you have comments for us, I mean, whether it's during general business and appearances or later, if you would say your name and where you live, and try to keep your comments at 2 minutes, that would be helpful. And I'll have more to say on that in a little bit. Also, if you're speaking on an agenda item, if you could keep your comments germane to the topic, that is useful. If you wish to speak, you just need to make sure that you're called on by me. And if you have multiple questions, try to keep them like all together. If you could ask all your questions or comments sort of sequentially, that way we can address all of them after you've made your comments or asked your questions. And yeah, I think that is it. As far as the agenda goes, does anyone have thoughts on changing anything on the published agenda? Okay, so with that, we'll consider the agenda approved. So on to general business and appearances. So this is an opportunity for any member of the public to make a comment on any topic that is otherwise not on our agenda. And yep, if you do have a comment that is pertinent to one of the agenda items, we typically take those comments up when we get there. But if it's not on the agenda, now is the time. I'm actually going to kick us off here with general business and appearances. It can be for the public. It can also be for counselors or anyone really. So last time we were here, we had there was an arrest that was at least related. Well, I guess I'll say there was a person who didn't want to keep their comments to 2 minutes. I want to just revisit that and say that I've had a lot of comments since then about whether or not 2 minutes is enough. And that is a perfectly fair concern and question. And so I just want to put it to you all that if we would like to reopen that conversation about the meeting rule procedures, like if 2 minutes is not enough, let's talk about it. Let's have that as an agenda item that we can discuss. Maybe if we discuss it and we decide, yes, 2 minutes is enough and we stick with it, that's okay. If we want to make it longer, that's fine. I just want you all to know that whatever it is that we decide is what I will defend. And it is my job as mayor to make sure that we have an orderly meeting. And so I will protect what we decide as a group. If you all are agreed or okay with this, I would love to have this be an agenda item for some future time. So just seeing that. Okay, seeing some nods. So some future agenda item we'll discuss, is 2 minutes enough? Too short, if it's okay, whatever. I'm perfectly open to revising that. Great, thank you. Okay, oh yes, Jennifer, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something that was in an article in the Bridge today. I was not outside and upset because of Mr. Whitaker being arrested. That was a misinformation that was given out. I was outside for another reason, and I left the meeting for racist comments that were said to me. It had nothing to do with Stephen Whitaker. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone with us in person wish to make a comment on something that's not on our agenda? Yes. If you would come up to the microphone and say your name and where you live, and yeah, welcome. That's okay.
Broken for some people to attend remotely, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thanks. And would you tell us your name?
Sure. I'm Henry June.
Okay, great.
I live in Montpelier.
Great. Thank you.
I'll be back.
Okay. Yes, Cameron. Thank you. This is really good to know. Thank you. Okay, anyone else who is with us in person wish to make a comment on something not otherwise on our agenda? Okay, and so we'll go to people with us online. So Linda Berger, I see you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Linda Berger from District 1, and I have a question regarding an item on the consent agenda, item E, the wastewater recovery ammonia loading evaluation.
Yep.
I can't.
So Linda, you could we could take your comment when we take up the consent agenda. Would you like to do that?
Usually, I didn't understand that that's how the consent agenda works. So that's great. I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. No worries. All good. Anyone else with us digitally wish to make a comment on any item that is otherwise not on our agenda? Okay. All right. So we will move on then to the consent agenda. So if there is a motion regarding the consent agenda, and then if there's comments, we'll do that. Jack.
Move the consent agenda.
Okay. Motion and a second. Comments. Anyone in person wish to comment on the consent agenda? Okay. Just checking. All right. And online, Linda Berger. I go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. So my question is regarding item, what I just said. Sorry, I got to look at my list here. E, the wastewater recovery facility ammonia loading evaluation. My question is just a sec. Do people believe, the engineers and the people that work with the wastewater treatment plant believe that the sampling that's recommended to be taken from June 17th through August, that will be representative? Because there's two things that are going on. One is the plant currently isn't taking leachate, I believe. And the other is that the council has approved an increased number of vendors and high organic waste to be collected. So we've got two variables going on that I'm not sure will be in place by the time the sampling is scheduled to be taken. And the other concern I had, and I discussed it briefly with Bill, is in previous meeting, we discussed the decrease in the use of water in town. And it seems like during the legislative session, the most wastewater that would be generated is during then, because that's when the most governmental and other people will be in town for the legislative session.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so quickly, Linda, I don't know if you got the email I sent you right before this meeting. I finally got an answer from Kurt. So the specific purpose of this study is to compare the ammonia in the plant when we're not taking leachate to when we are taking leachate. So then to figure out how to deal with it. So the other stuff so it's actually intentional that we're doing it while there's no leachate, so they can figure out the best way to treat going forward.
So how does that impact the increase in the organic waste? Because that's a huge variable as well.
I don't know the technical issues. I think it was specifically the leachate, as I'm reading what he said. I can't answer more than that because I don't have the knowledge.
Thank you for the question, though. Any further discussion, either in person or digitally, from council? Lauren.
Just while we're talking about leachate, I had shared with council, but the EPA had put out in the last week or so new regulations around PFAS chemicals, which we spent a lot of time talking about and are present in leachate and wastewater treatment facility effluent, even when you don't take leachate, but there's a lot in leachate. And the EPA dramatically reduced the amount that it's like down to virtually no safe level of these chemicals. So just as we continue that conversation around leachate, so this analysis kind of ties to it, but it just kind of underscores the concern around these chemicals going into our waters.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, there's been a motion and a second regarding the consent agenda. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, so the consent agenda passes. And so we are on to appointments to the Housing Committee. And there are quite a few folks who have put their name forward, which is excellent. And so if you are here with us in person or digitally, we would love to hear from you. We would love to have you introduce yourself to us and tell us about your interest in serving on the Housing Committee. We'll start with folks who are in person, and then we'll go to folks who are with us digitally. And I know that there's at least a couple here with us in person. So if you wouldn't mind, come on up and to the mic and introduce yourselves.
Because I have the time and energy in dealing with the housing crisis. I think there's a really, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but there's a huge housing crisis, I think particularly bad in Montpelier. Whereas before, folks, I think more of the population could find feasible housing here. I think at this point, it's just out of reach for a vast majority of people looking to buy or rent. I started attending the housing task force this winter because I had the good fortune to get a house with an ADU in it earlier this, right before COVID hit, like right at the beginning. And I found there were some disincentives to renovating it to make it healthier. And I wanted to bring those thoughts to the housing task force. It didn't come up as an issue, but I think ADUs and duplexes are going to be a big part of the solution. That said, in my work, I usually am a neutral. I'm an attorney with the state of Vermont, so I'm used to being neutral, and I'm really data oriented, and I'm interested in doing that analysis. I think this is a super complicated issue that will require a lot of attention to the details. The last thing I would say is I think there's a lot of the skills I would bring would generally be analysis, I would say. I think there's a lot of really great applicants, and at the end of the day, I would love to see a good diversity on the panel. So whatever you decide, that would be great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Diane? No, it's okay. That's okay. Any questions? No. Okay, great. Thank you. If you're up for it. Yeah.
Peter Kalman. I live on Mountain View Street in Montpelier. I'm not going to use my time here to talk about myself. I think the members of the City Council already know enough about me to understand why it would make sense to appoint me to the Housing Committee. Instead, I just want to take this time to share my thoughts about the mission and composition of the committee. First, I think the fact that 17 highly motivated individuals stepped up to apply to be members, and to my direct knowledge, at least another half dozen expressed strong interest in being involved with the committee in some way, speaks to just how important Montpelier residents view this housing committee to be. Second, based on my reading of their applications, I would say that these 17 applicants represent an important cross-section of our community in terms of personal and work experience and skills, as well as gender, age, education, income level, period of Montpelier residency, home ownership and rental status, and even, judging from last names at least, a degree of diversity and national origin. Third is my view that the creation of this committee's that the creation of this committee couldn't be more timely, as a number of large opportunities are arising that could do much to address the housing crisis that has been intensifying in Montpelier over the past several years. These opportunities include several already proposed major development projects: the Habitat for Humanity project off Northfield Street, the proposed cottages at Stonewall Meadows near Isabel Circle, and the proposed Bove apartment complex on Northfield Street, all incidentally in District 3. In addition, there are possibilities of other major projects suggested by the city's acquisition of the former Elks Club property off Country Club Road, renewed conversations about possible housing development on Sabins Pasture, and most recently, the intended sale of much of the VCFA's campus and its buildings, all in District 2. And on top of these possibilities for major housing initiatives, there is now what Representative Mary Hooper has termed the state government's historic investments in housing, enabled by minimally constrained federal funds that might be used to support affordable housing initiatives through new construction and or repurposing of institutional commercial buildings, as well as to facilitate hundreds of smaller projects that could include helping lower income homeowners to winterize and otherwise upgrade their older energy inefficient homes, subdividing recently rezoned residential lots to allow appropriate infill construction, reconfiguring existing housing stock to provide more housing units. For example, enabling senior homeowners looking to downsize to subdivide their large, expensive to maintain homes into age-in-place apartments for themselves and rental apartments and or condos that would provide them with revenue for their old age, and supporting any property owner to convert a garage, outbuilding, basement, or home extension into an affordable additional dwelling unit, ADU, on their property. Addressing these opportunities, as well as other housing challenges, such as the increasingly high costs of owning or renting in Montpelier and various barriers to housing development, will be a heavy lift, and it's going to require all hands on deck. Thus, I would suggest that tonight, the City Council decide to appoint to this new housing committee the maximum of 11 full members and 6 alternates who, taken together, would reflect the diversity of our community and collectively have the requisite personal and or work experience and skill sets to make this a dedicated, effective, and powerful committee to work alongside Josh Jerome, our new community and economic development specialist. Sorry, it's very hard to talk to this mask. And in collaboration with various other city departments and committee whose purview overlaps with aspects of housing. Finally, I want to thank City Council for having taken the important step of creating this housing committee, as I think it signals a determination on the part of the council to address the housing crisis Montpelier and all of Vermont are currently facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Peter? Okay, great. Thank you. Right. Is anyone else here with us in person who is applying for this committee? Yes, welcome. If you would introduce yourself, say your name, and tell us about your interest in this committee.
Can you hear me? Is that all right? My name is Jessica Oprowski. I currently live on Marvin Street, where I've been living for the last 3 years. Earlier this year, I found out that my landlord is moving back. She's reclaiming her house. This was heartbreaking and stressful to think about my family being displaced, with the housing market being so bleak. I'm unable to purchase a home, and I want to be able to keep my son in Montpelier so he can continue in the school that he's thriving in. As a member of the younger working generation that is struggling to stay in Vermont, I'm a voice of those who can no longer afford or find housing. I'm a local business owner who serves the Montpelier community. I support the local economy as a consumer. Most importantly, I'm a parent of a middle school child that deserves the opportunity to grow in this community we all call home. I feel like I'm a qualified candidate for this board because I live in this crisis, lease to lease as a solo parent in the workforce who lives with the constant stress of losing my housing through no fault of my own. My dream for this community is for people of all social and economic backgrounds to have a secure home in which they can feel included in all Montpelier has to offer. So that's my spiel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Jessica? Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else here with us in person who's applying for this committee? Okay. And I think there's at least one, if not more, folks with us digitally who were applying for this. Excuse me. I see Martine Bisagni. Let's go with you first, and then we'll go to Carolyn Ridpath.
Hi, I'm Martine Bisagni. I usually go by Mia as a nickname. I live here. The concerns of Montpelier are my concerns. I think that all of us have to work together to arrive at the best practice for housing. I grew up between Manchester, New Hampshire and New York City. I've seen both of those communities be somewhat devastated by the same loss of culture for different reasons, but they've lost who they were. And in some ways, maybe that's progress, and in other ways, it's been very harmful. And I see Montpelier is facing those same decisions. I moved here from Middlebury during the pandemic. I think that how we all work together will be the best consensus, not just because it's philosophical, but because our distinctly very differing interests and viewpoints allow us to come to the most informed decisions. Obviously, we're having a huge housing crisis. There's no place to go. There's nothing to buy. We need housing for the people who can't care for themselves. And we need a huge range of housing for the varying income levels we need to be a functioning town or city. And they need appropriate housing that's an actually balanced ratio to their incomes. And what I see is that our population is concerned about it, and I see that we have a state and local government that's concerned about it. And I'd very much like to participate. I think I bring a variety of experiences. I grew up between different cultures, classes, spaces, and I hope that brings something that would be welcome.
Thank you. Any questions for Mia? Did you say you prefer to be called Mia? Yes. Okay. Any questions for Mia? Okay. Great. Thank you. So we'll go to you, Carolyn Ridpath next, and then I see Carol Moorman on with us as well. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Ridpath, and I've lived in Montpelier since 1989. And I have lived in Section 8 housing, and I live in condominiums developed by the city in the late 80s for low-income housing, which has been a godsend in my old age because it's given me housing security. Now that I'm semi-retired, I've been on the homelessness task force for a couple of years, and then shifted my focus, or did it simultaneously, been on the housing task force. And I've seen what options are available for the unhoused. And then I've been exposed more to how the housing issues are all intertwined and how they can result in the unhoused. I had the privilege of seeing the Habitat presentations and would love to see new projects approached in a very similar way. I've been to the zoning meetings to experience residents' concerns regarding further development. And I think with a housing committee, it can address all of these things, and we can have a better shot at developing more integrated housing that addresses the needs of the unhoused, the forgotten middle, or whatever they call them. The older people, there's very little housing that's handicapped accessible, so that older people want to move. There's not much available for them. So I think we can come up with a more cohesive plan for housing in the community. And by way of background, I'm a retired CPA who has done compliance work and worked internationally.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Carolyn? Okay. Thank you. All right. And Carol Moorman, and then I see Irene Mendez, you are with us. We'll go to Irene after. Carol, go ahead.
Montpelier for the last 4 years, moved here with my grandchildren and my son. I have 10 years of my work was in housing, and I just have an interest in assisting with this committee if that's the choice of the council.
So Carol, I just want you to know that we unfortunately lost the majority of what you said at the beginning. We got you towards the end. So if you wouldn't mind just repeating yourself just a little bit, that would be helpful.
Well,
Oh dear.
I'm a retired master's level social worker. I'm to this community 4 years ago, and I have interest and experience the last 10 years of my work career was involved in housing development, tax credit housing, VA fund housing, supportive housing, and the supervision of our local shelter. So I have some experience and I have interest.
Okay. I feel like I got more of that. Okay. Any questions for Carol? Okay. Thank you so much. And if folks have more questions because, there were parts that were garbled, certainly let me know and we can come back. But thank you. And Irene Mendez, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have pre-prepared remarks, so I'm just going to be quick. I just recently moved to Montpelier in January in the thick of winter, but I count myself as relatively fortunate. I was able to buy a house here in town. It's my first house. I never would have been able to afford it in my hometown of New York City, but I was very surprised to find, perhaps naively, that there were still grave difficulties in securing housing here in Montpelier. And I've always felt that it's really important to be a part of my community. I was born and raised, as I said, in New York on the Lower East Side and in West Midwood, Brooklyn, in working class urban communities. And this is a totally different experience for me. And I want to not just bring my skills to bear. I am a lawyer with the state, as someone else was, and I have significant experience working on housing related issues in other areas, but I also really want to learn and I really want to listen to people and really hear what the concerns are here, because I want to get to know my community better and I want to do right by my new city of Montpelier. So that's why I applied. A lot of people have spoken really eloquently about the housing crisis faced all over the country and certainly here as well. And what I will say is that my understanding of affordable housing is that it shouldn't just be cheap housing. It should be a home. It should be housing where people are not only housing that people can afford, but that they are comfortable in, that they can raise families in, and that, housing that respects their right to human dignity and to stay where they want to stay. So that's my ethos, and like I said, I would want to learn as well as bring my skills to bear. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Irene? Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else that I've missed, either in person or online? Okay. Just because there are so many folks, I would recommend that we go into executive session. But that is up to you. Oh, Cameron, yes. She's also here in person. It's okay. No worries. Thank you, though. I appreciate that you're looking out for people. That's good. Okay. Is there a motion? Jack, go ahead.
I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to 1 VSA 313A3 to consider the appointment of a public officer or employee.
Motion in a second. Do you have a comment on that? If you would, yep.
Mary Messier asked me to tell the group that she wanted to come, but was unable to come.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed. Okay. We will be back in a bit. All right. Do we have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Okay, further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed. All right. And so do we have a motion regarding this appointment? Yes, go ahead, Jack.
We found this to be a challenging decision because there are so many good people who are applied and want to contribute to the future of the city. And I move that we appoint the following to the Housing Committee: Joanne Troiano, Carol Mormon, Jessica Oporowski, Irene Mendez, Diane Sherman, Emma Zavez, Rebecca Copans, Stan Brinkerhoff, Sean Sheehan, and City Council members Jack McCullough and Carrie Brown.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed. All right, I want to thank everyone who applied for this. Committee is so grateful for all of you, and even if you weren't appointed, hope that you will attend and stay involved, because this is a really important committee. So thank you. All right, so we are going to move on then to the Police Review Committee's recommendation around prostitution and sex work. And so just so folks know how this part of the meeting is going to go, I think we have a presentation right from Chief Pete. And so we'll have some like clarifying questions from the council about that, if there are any. And then we'll go to the public. I want to hear from folks about that. Again, we'll start in person, we'll go to online. And then after that, we will have a discussion amongst the council as to what we want to do or how we're going to proceed. And also want to, I'll have some more comments about the public comments when we get there. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to the chief. Yep.
Gonna pull up the slides here. Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, Assistant City Manager, and members of the community. My name is Brian Pete. I'm with the Chief of Police for the Montpelier Police Department, and today I'd like to go over the Police Review Committee's recommendation regarding the city's ordinance as it relates to prostitution. So I want to start this off with just letting folks know that this is going to be the discussion, and the points that I want to bring up are going to be some things that some folks may find disturbing. I'm not doing it to be emotive. I'm not doing it to bring up a lot of bad feelings or shock or anything else to that effect. I'm doing it because this is a gray world. And there are a lot of intertwined things that go on with this. And that's not to say that it's true in all cases, but if the council is going to make a decision on something that's extraordinarily important, I think that every aspect that relates to this type of, or to this topic of conversation is something that the council should know in making whatever decision the council decides or chooses to make. So the items of discussion I'd like to talk about are pretty much what the recommendations were, 4 examples of cycles as to what happens typically, that we're finding that nationally, but especially trends within the city as well as the state regarding this topic, why the ordinance is needed and from our standpoint, Then give the council some information regarding state laws, case studies, some primary concerns we have, and then some other notes that the council would probably want to keep in the back of their minds when making this decision, and then what our recommendations for the ordinances are. So again, as I've said before, we recognize and identify the Police Review Committee as a partner in this and bringing up a lot of different things. So again, we're not doing this to be adversarial or adversarial. We're doing this in the sense that I honestly believe that there are going to be significant unintended consequences that are going to result from this, and that whatever decision the council needs to go forward, I would ask that we look for ways to address what those knowns will most likely be. So on these slides, it just pretty much talks about what the summarization was for the Police Review Committee that came through. The link is down at the bottom of the Police Review Committee's report. And again, it talks about support of then H268, which talks about, or which was a bill that was introduced to the House, and then that the city should repeal the prostitution ordinance, and then that MPD should continue to deprioritize the investigation of consensual sex work. I'd like to later on talk about that word deprioritize, and then, later on throughout the meeting. So again, it's pretty much with the same summary. And these were, again, the recommendations that were outlined in the PRC report. So what is the city's ordinance? It's archaic. It reads terribly. It's a product of ignorance, especially in relations to the topic that it hopes to address. So whether it's punitive, I don't know. That's how they wrote it in those ways, but it's extraordinarily dated, and it's something that's actually insulting, I think, to any person who reads it. So that's what the city ordinance is there. And so, yeah, I don't think there's anyone out here listening by phone, so I won't read them aloud. So again, to understand the reasons why a vast majority of folks find themselves in this lifestyle, I want to just touch on 4 of them. In often cases, something that we typically see is that someone who's struggling with a substance abuse illness, an addiction, whether it's alcohol, drugs, combination of the two, then it moves down towards a downward spiral in life. That support network is dwindling, or it's gone if it was even there in the first place. So then that normally leads to limited opportunities to make money. How do I support the illness that I'm coping with, that I'm struggling with? Then it moves to a lot of folks that we're dealing with are not only just selling narcotics, but they're selling themselves to support a habit. There's violence that interacts with it. And then the other question of like the resources and what are the dealings with folks who are at home, who are with them in this journey that they're undergoing. And then any arrest or the way they come into contact with us is normally typically related to an arrest dealing with narcotics. And it is something that anything else that's behind the scenes that deals with this is something that we don't necessarily know about, because the only thing that that became known to us is the issue with narcotics. Looking at it from the other way, folks who maybe runaways, homeless, LGBTQIA, there may be a lack of support at home. Folks family members, unfortunately, who aren't accepted of the lifestyle. These are things that I've lived as well. So then it turns into typically what there's a survival sex. How do I live? How do I go through? Then there's an exposure to violence, kidnapping, rape. Within this type of work, it attracts a certain level of person who are more prone to more violent ways. Folks are exposed to more violence with this. Substance abuse dependency will often contribute. Then it moves to a lifetime of sexual exploitation with very limited means to escape to get out of it. If you're working with survival sex, if you're trying to get away, if you're trying to stabilize yourself, where are the times for school, for education, for anything else to move out of that lifestyle? Then the other ways are typically grooming, meeting with somebody and that person's grooming you to a different, or grooming someone towards the standard to make it more of an appealing lifestyle. There's also questions or things like, if there's a means of coercion, is there debt, is there blackmail, is there something that you're going to have to pay this person back with? Then it becomes repayment. Can you do this for me? We need to do this only one time. We don't have this. It could even be a boyfriend. Isolation from that person's support network, family, friends, everything else. A drug dependency, there's a push for that. And then any arrests that we will, anytime we come into contact with folks, will most likely be known through a domestic violence type of a situation or something related to narcotics. And then the last one that I would bring up are migrant opportunities. Historically, farms and businesses within the state of Vermont, folks who are answering ads, answering the opportunity to work in certain places. When they come, it's not entirely what they expected. There's coercion, there's forced work, taking away identification, passports, everything else to that effect. And then we're talking vulnerable populations who may not trust law enforcement, and that we can't get to the point that we can help them, that we don't know that they're there. Then again, exposure to violence, kidnapping, rape, substance dependency will again often contribute in a lot of cases. And then the lifetime of exploitation with limited means of escape. So I'd like to bring Rita's story to the council. And again, there's a lot of gray in this world, and it's something that we all have to keep in mind as we work to address this. So this is a self-published story from Megan Berger. She's out in Sonoma County. And she summarizes her experience as a kid who fell into human trafficking. And again, I'm not saying that this lifestyle is all entirely to human trafficking, but each of these things there is an interwoven part of it. So there may be some individuals who are fortunate enough to not have that experience, but there's a vast majority of people that are. So in looking at these ordinances and looking at how we're going to do this, we have to take into account all the experiences of the people who this affects. And that's why I'm bringing these up. And then, so from the police standpoint, this is my job is to be a police officer, is to enforce the rules, the laws, the regulation that the council passes, that the laws in the council, that the state passes. I'm not here to be the moral police. I'm not here to have discussions about why I think this is wrong or why I think that's wrong. I'm not going to make that personal. I'm just, again, giving this information. And then I ask that the council look at this from the perspective of law enforcement. It's been readily established that the Montpelier Police Department is a trauma-informed department. We look to try to help, not try to contribute to the issues that folks are dealing with. So I ask that the council look at these things in that perspective and from the lens of how, as an officer, how could one of your police officers in Montpelier intervene in her story and in other stories that I'm going to discuss with you? What tools, what access would we need to provide the help to folks who are dealing with this? So the photo on the left is in 2012. It is now 2022. I didn't think I would live that long. This is my story. My parents abused drugs and alcohol. My birth father went to prison, and my birth mother lost me and my siblings to the state. I was adopted by a family who was able to provide everything a child could want or need, but it wasn't enough to heal the trauma. At 19 years old, I was a naive college girl during a recession. I met my trafficker who had come into my job, tipped a lot of money, and I opened up about my past. He seemed to understand and be sympathetic. I was really just showing him how weak I was, and I was far too trusting. This is called grooming or Romeo pimping. He lured me up to a rural area, and again, keep in mind that word rural. where I was trapped by force and fear. I was assaulted, threatened, and forced to do manual labor. I was a servant to his family, friends, and business partners. They had me sign up for food stamps so they could get food. His grandmother took my social security card, claiming me as a dependent without my consent. She also had me take care of her IHSS, or in-home support services, clients when she didn't want to. None of the money I earned was mine. He started to become violent and abusive. Imagine 5 years of being called only by your last name and living in a shed the size of a bathroom, being woken every morning with what you would do that day and getting paid nothing. Someone sitting in on your phone calls, even sitting in on your family's home with you to make sure you never said anything to incriminate them. Being given a time limit on how long you could spend at their home, being pulled over and praying the cops took him to jail for something so you could run away while he was in, but him never getting caught. Someone who beat you within an inch of your life and said, I can't kill you because your parents would wonder where you are. I was allowed to eat once a day, and I was 110 pounds standing at 5'6". July 25th, 2015 was the scariest day of my life and the day I escaped. I had spent 1 year planning. I left with whatever fit in the bed of a stranger's truck. I call her my friend now, but that day was the first day we met. He had threatened to kill my family and my friends, and they tried to help me. I got a restraining order, and standing in court was equally as scaring with no one by my side. I lived in fear until I was able to move and come to Sonoma County. I always take that day to look back at where I've arrived to: survivor, business owner, educator, and first responder, amongst other things. These are things I were told were impossible and never dreamed of, but are now my reality. I want you to remember this: human trafficking can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime. And to my fellow survivors, you are not alone and you are not worth it. Again, I want to emphasize that, not saying that all incidences are like Megan's, saying that these are tangled. It's extraordinarily complex. And these are things that often come or accompany with this. So I just want to show a 2-minute video. Now this one may be hard to watch, but this one is as related to, again, another trafficking.
My birthday's tomorrow. Mama used to make me a chocolate cake. I like that. That was before Mama got sick. Before that man started coming over. My friends don't know. They'd laugh at me if they did. First it was one time. And 2 times. I don't even know how many times now. I've given up on trying to stop it. I did tell someone I needed help. I told him I wanted to feel safe. He probably just didn't know what to do with me. It's probably my fault anyway. I think my teacher knew. She saw the bruises. She saw that I'd been hurt. She tried to give me a hug. I don't like being touched. I don't cry about it anymore. There's nothing I can do about it. Boys don't cry. Does anyone care? Why did Mama let him bring me to his friends? Why did Mama not say anything? Why can't people understand that I never wanted this? Why do they like to hurt me sometimes? Why don't they stop? It's my birthday tomorrow. Why am I different? Why won't you see me?
So if this conversation is not about child trafficking, this conversation is about the exposure that people or children who are the most vulnerable when they're exposed to this lifestyle, especially when there's substance abuse issues involved in this. So I say to the council, I beg to the council that if we're going to have this conversation, that we take the opportunity to have the conversation and that we do it in a way that we address and find ways to help people who need it the most. And so I say that with that point, when there's those folks who have found themselves in this situation after losing the ability to say no to somebody, then the answer is automatically going to become yes. And is that consent? There are not a lot of people out there in this lifestyle that have the benefit of saying, I chose it. I don't know many of them that do. So the joint discussions have to be us, all of us. We're all looking for the same goal. No one wants to see anyone hurt. No one wants to see anyone exposed. So the bullshit with us versus them has to stop. And we have to not demonize each other, but we have to find the mutual ways in which we can bring help to people who need it the most. That is what I swore to do. That is what I will do. So the state statute, this is what it reads. Again, I don't think there's anyone on the call that does not have access to that only can hear, but the links to these statutes are below in the right-hand corner. This one specifically talks about prostitution, but as I had mentioned before, this is a very intricate situation, and there are many different parts of it that are intertwined. So it's not just the ordinance regarding prostitution. It's also talks of conduct, of lewdness, of everything else, because it all merges together. And one of the best things that the state of Vermont has done a lot of good things, a lot of progressive ways in dealing with and helping the people of our state. And one of the best things they came out with was talking about what was trying to work to close that loophole, that if a person in good faith comes forward in a timely manner, reports to the enforcement, if they're a victim or a witness to a crime, then they have immunity from it. Now, there's some work to be done on this one, because how do you get that person's trust? How can that person trust you if they've got no place else to go, or if the state's not giving resources to that person, or if whoever their trafficker or their abuser is going to be out? What is their incentive and their ability to come forward to help themselves? So there's still work to be done, but this tells me we're going into the right direction, because law enforcement should not be trying to arrest people, trying to be moral police officers and trying to go out there and saying, and doing this kind of thing. It just further complicates an already disastrous situation or experience that people are having. So again, looking at sexual assault, this is again the intertwining of the laws. And here, I want to bring attention to a loophole, because penetration should not be required for conduct to be considered sexual. There are people who are in situations in which we can't do anything to help, or we can't do anything to go after people who are exploiting them, because the state law says it has to be some type of a penetrative act. So then again, part of the other statute regarding lewd and indecent conduct, and then how it reverts to the sexual exploitation of children again. And as I emphasized this before, I think everyone on board will say that this is wrong, but what this is a lifestyle that tends to lead in a lot of cases to this. So how do we avoid this from happening in the first place? And no one is saying that if this ordinance you repeal, or this ordinance is repealed or changed, that it justifies any of this that we all mutually agree is bad. No one is saying that, and no one out there in the public should make that inference amongst this council, because this council does not look at it from that lens. We all agree this is bad, but we have a very diluted conversation to have to do what we can to minimize the impact that people who have this are facing. So I want to move to a case study, or to a couple of case studies in Rutland. And at the end of last year, there were the Rutland police were conducting a narcotics investigation as it related to something. Again, this is open source news. This is in there, and 3 women were found to be padlocked in the apartment door. What we're seeing in Vermont, and more of, again, I'm going to bring it into the rural areas. We have folks who are coming from, and I'm not saying this is from the case of Rutland, but I'm saying that we have our problems come from with narcotics trafficking, come from people who are coming up from other places in the state, even in some cases here, that are being trafficked here into Vermont. And as narcotic sellers, part of it is their women that they have. And the traffickers are rotating out every few days, every week, every few weeks, and then a new set comes in with new supply, and then the cycle continues. But in addition to getting drugs, there's also someone here that we're exploiting, and folks are in there, and folks are, the only way I can tell time is how long I've been here is because they only give me a sandwich a day, and I've had 4 sandwiches, so I must have been here 4 days. Folks are handcuffed to radiators, and folks are handcuffed to or put in kennels and left there. And I'm not saying this again for the shock value, but I'm saying this to tell you that this is happening in Vermont, and this is as a result. So as we're having these conversations as they relate to this ordinance, I think we owe it to our community to have bigger conversations on how do we tackle this, which is something all of us want to bring to the forefront to combat. Within Montpelier, we conducted a joint search warrant on a house in the city, and with Berlin, with Capitol Police, with VSP, and some U.S. Marshals, some other federal agencies. And as a result, we recovered over several hundred bags of suspected heroin, fentanyl, everything else to that effect. But it was a typical quote unquote drug house, similar to this, where the mom, there were a couple of moms in the house with other folks from out of state, and they were selling narcotics. And as I go into the room, I see this next to the bed, and I think, what is the exposure that these children have had, and what have these children been dealing with? And then my mind runs to, how can I stop this from happening? Also in Vermont, again, as I talked about grooming and coercion and the type of person that it takes to want to exploit another, that there are high school students who are, again, come to my attention that some folks are saying, hey, you take pictures of your feet or you take pictures like this and you can send them off and you can make a little bit of money. And then in a lot of cases of what we're seeing across the country is that then it soon becomes, you tell me this, no one else will know, send me a picture of this. And then now we get a call saying that there was a child who had sent off pictures to this one person and they've been told several times, if you don't, I'm going to tell your parents, and this happened. These are the types of people that this attracts. So just would like to give, this one's only going to be like 2 minutes long. This one's just giving some information on outreach and the things that we as groups and teams and stakeholders need to be doing as it relates to a lot of this.
It's just past 11 p.m. and the outreach team is just starting their day.
There's some girls right there.
Erin Wilson is a case manager at Journey Out, a nonprofit that helps victims of sex trafficking.
Journey Out can help. It's my passion. It's what I do.
Once a week, she drives down Figueroa Street past Gage Avenue in Los Angeles. It's known as the track, where people being sexually exploited are hidden in plain sight. The team brings these bags.
You know, there's lipstick, condoms, face masks.
Executive Director Nayeli May says they hand them out as a way to offer help.
Like our information. So it's in English and Spanish. So whenever they're ready, they can reach out to us.
They drive down a side street.
You see the traffic.
Cars lined up, waiting to talk to girls. Erin rolls up and gives a bag away.
You're welcome.
There are more girls outside the other window.
You guys want some bags? Condoms, all kinds of goodies. How you guys doing tonight? Y'all all right? Okay, baby. See you guys later. Be safe, okay? You're welcome.
Stephanie, who is in the passenger seat, can't help but notice their age.
That one girl had braces. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw. So she's probably maybe 16.
She's seen as many as 50 girls a night. After serving 30 years as a LAPD officer and in the Vice unit, she decided to try and help in another way.
Is that it was an issue that could not be arrested away, that services were needed. So that's why when I retired, I actually came to Journey Out.
Now they all work together to reach out and be a resource to those who need help. Erin has helped survivors who were groomed by a pimp.
Where they may have experienced a boyfriend who, made them feel really loved. And then one day it turned into, can you just do this for me one time?
She said driving around can make her feel sad, but also hopeful.
I've seen people come to the office. I've seen them get to raise their children. I've seen all kinds of changes being made because we're out here doing this work and because we're out here offering them hope and a way out when they're ready.
Ready for a new direction.
So the person in there, Stephanie Powell, Dr. Stephanie Powell, she was the one who came in and provided the training for us with regard to human and sex trafficking to the Montpelier Police Department, and she emphasized several times, these are things that you can't erase, or that you can't erase through arresting your way out of it. Huge advocate, and that this is not what we do. It's services and it's support is how we help people. So that's the moniker that our department goes through or goes by. So some primary concerns, that the definition of a state sex act has loopholes for human traffickers, massage parlors. Again, penetration should not be required for conduct to be considered sexual. One of the other things that I forgot to ask, again, from the law enforcement standpoint, if the council were doing a ride along, or if the council were law enforcement officers, and you're out there on that track or meeting with someone else, and again, she's 15 years old. I know Diane, please don't kill me. But Diane Matthews has braces, right? So how can I legally, if the answer is not criminalizing prostitution, whatever it is, how can I legally approach someone and find out if they're being forced to be out there not under their consent? How else can I do it? the old way of doing it. I'm just going to lock up, clean up the track because everybody's concerned about what it's going to make me look like or what our neighborhood, my property values, all that crap. Let's get rid of that. That's not what we're here to do. But how, as a law enforcement officer, can I legally go up to that person and inquire and find out if it's legal? They tell me to go pound sand. I don't have to talk to you. I have a right to be out here. There's nothing I can do. So again, limited resources statewide. Again, folks who have had their escape plans and got out of it, only to find out that here you go, the other person's been given a restraining order and orders conditions of release. And where are you going to go? We're talking about people who have been cut off. Where are you going to go? You don't know anybody in the state. What resources are you going to have? So how do we as a state get resources to people? We say as a state, this is something we want to overcome. Why aren't we prioritizing it? And again, the specialized training throughout the state, law enforcement doesn't have the specialized training. If we don't have, it's not something typically dealt with in Vermont because it's kept out of hiding or kept in hiding. How do the officers know what they're seeing when they pull someone over on a traffic stop and there's somebody in the back seat? How do we know what to look for to ask the right questions? So then there are those quality of life issues in the neighborhoods, the increased complaints that are going to happen, the type of element that this is going to bring, who is attracted to this type of exploitation. So it boils down to this again. Do I, as your chief, have the tools I need to determine if an act was coerced or consensual, and how do I go about getting this person the help and the resources they need to move forward and to get out of this if this is something that they do not want to do? So some things in making some things to consider in making this decision. That it's my belief that just repealing this ordinance is going to send a wrong message. It opens the door for someone to paint a narrative as to what your motives or your intentions are, whether we're going to go full bore and say this is wrong and we're going to enforce prostitution, and that means we're going to do this the old-fashioned way and arrest our way out of it and keep our community clean and nice and safe, or if it's going to be there's no narrative there, and now the discussion becomes Montpelier, the state capital, believes that this is something we should all do, so everybody else follow suit and do the same thing. What is the narrative, that vacuum of whatever decision that comes down from the council? How is that narrative going to be phrased so folks know what your intent is? Also, you would lose the ability to address anything by if you say that this is we're going to keep the state's ordinance. You lose the ability to regulate or to control anything that's related to the community, any compliance, anything else like that. So within our city or state, most of these substance abuse, most of these acts have a substance related illness and a trafficking component. And the fundamentals, again, in the majority of cases, are about power dynamics. I did send a link to the council regarding that Netflix documentary. Again, and these are folks who are not coerced into this thing, but there's a power dynamic that's going on. So the MPD conducts trauma-informed, victim-oriented, and intelligence-led policing strategies. We do not target marginalized communities. We're here to protect, especially our most vulnerable. That is what we're sworn to do. And that's what I will hold myself and my officers and dispatchers to do. So when we talk, or when the PRC mentioned something about like not prioritizing consensual sex, there's some grayness there. We prioritize helping anyone any way that we can. So our preference is not to target the folks who are involved in this. Our preference is to look through demand reduction. How do we target the people who exploit others for their own selfish personal gain? We combat sexual exploitation through proactive traffic enforcement, narcotics investigations, technology, regional, state, federal partnerships, such as the Department of Homeland Security, HSI. And again, as I mentioned before, we recently had training in April of 2022, where we invited law enforcement agencies everywhere from the state to do this, come to this training for free, state's attorneys, victim advocates from the municipal and from the federal level, And we had very robust discussions on what we as stakeholders and partners in all this can do, and how do we not target people who need the help, but how do we do this as law enforcement? And again, it takes more than one training or one session to come up with those types of answers. So before I hit to the recommendations, I'd like to highlight just a study that talks about the link between prostitution and sex trafficking. This came out of the Bureau of Public Affairs in Washington, D.C. in November of 2004. This was the U.S. government that said it adopted a strong position against legalized prostitution and in the presidential directive based on evidence that prostitution is inherently harmful and dehumanizing and fuels trafficking in persons, a form of modern day slavery. Those are debate types of issues, but this is just the opening of that particular thing. It says that prostitution and related activities, including pimping and patronizing or maintaining brothels, fuels the growth of modern day slavery by providing a facade which behind traffickers and sexual exploitations operate. That I would agree with the wording. It's again, it's a motive, but I would agree that it's a way that folks can be exploited. And again, how do I have the means to find out who's being exploited? If prostitution is legalized or tolerated, there is a greater demand for human trafficking victims, and nearly always an increase in the number of women and children trafficked into commercial sex or slavery. And of the estimated 600,000 to 800,000 people trafficked across international borders, 80% of victims are female and up to 50% are minors. Hundreds of thousands of these women and children are used in prostitution each year. And then the last one I'll pull out, and I can provide this link later, but since the vast majority of women in prostitution don't want to be there, few seek it out, few chose it, and most are desperate to leave it. In 2003, a study first published in the Scientific Journal of Trauma Practice found that 89% of women in prostitution want to escape. So our recommendations are, which were included in that, if the conversation revolves around, a lot of the discussions revolve around just keep the state ordinance, then why not use the state ordinance? And look at some of the loopholes that will allow us to look into whether someone's being exploited or not. So with that being said, I just want to leave the slide open that if anyone knows anyone else within their families or friends that's out there watching this presentation, you can call Katie Newell. She's the human trafficking case manager up in Burlington. And then there's also the Vermont Center for Crime Victim Services. That number is listed there below. And I will say that, again, Katie is one of two people in the entire state who manages folks who are involved in this. Just one of two people. And with that, I stand ready to answer any of the questions from the council.
Thank you. I want to just to interrupt the flow here for just a couple of points. One is that it's 8:30, and I think we should take a break. Unfortunately, we always take a break at 8:30. The second thing is that I guess I would also, before we go to public comment, I'd love to give an opportunity to folks from the Police Review Committee if you have anything that you want to add or say. So I know we have a couple folks from the Police Review Committee with us online, and there's one here. I mean, there are counselors who are on the committee. If there's anything that you would like to say, I want to give folks there an opportunity to say something. And perhaps if you're okay with it, team, if we could, maybe you have clarifying questions, if we could do that after our break. Is that okay? Okay. I appreciate all of you sticking with us. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. 8:40. Okay, so we're going to come back from our break. And at this point, I want to actually, before we go to the Police Review Committee, any clarifying questions from the council for the chief? Okay. Oh, yes, go ahead, Carrie.
Question. Thank you for that presentation. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the thought that went into it. And I do want us to be really clear that all of us be really clear that what we're talking about tonight is not whether we think that prostitution should be legal in Montpelier. It's not whether we think that sex trafficking should be legal. It's not whether we think that child abuse should be legal. None of those are before us right now. And that so that you touched a little bit on this question about the state law. So state law makes prostitution illegal in all parts of the state, regardless of what city ordinances say. Right. So we don't actually have the power to make prostitution legal in Montpelier. And I guess you know that, but I'm just wanting to make sure that we all really understand that we're not trying to decide whether we should make prostitution legal. We don't have the authority to do that. What we're talking about is what our city ordinances say. And so I was not clear from what you said, how our having the ordinance that we have in place now makes your job easier, given that you can, I assume the Montpelier Police are enforcing state laws. And I just want to back up and say that I think that I have a great amount of faith in the commitment to actually helping people on the part of the Montpelier Police Department, and not going out and trying to be punitive and use laws against people or use ordinances against people. So I really appreciate that a lot. And I'm just not clear how keeping the ordinance that we have would, or how getting rid of it would make your job harder, given that we have the state law already against prostitution that you have the power to enforce.
That is a very, very good question, Counselor, and thank you very much. And I appreciate it, and you're right on the money. What I look at as far as what the current state law, or I'm sorry, what the current ordinance reads, apart from how it's written, to me, it's extraordinarily, it's written from a high ground of tolerance. I guess that's the best way I could phrase it without lack of words. It's written in a way that I look down on you, and I don't want that here. And at least that's my vibe from it. And I think that looking at it from the understanding of what is it you're trying to accomplish? Are you trying to accomplish by saying, we don't want that here? Or are you writing it in the sense that, what is it about the element that brings something that you don't necessarily agree with or like? What is the specific thing? So let's boil that down to the whole point that, for me, it's unidentifiable as a law enforcement officer to figure out if someone has been pulled in this lifestyle or if they're doing it wittingly. And the only way that I could know of right now, without having a lot of stakeholders in the room, is to simply adopt what's in the state that gives me the opportunity, that gives me the power to go over to somebody legally and engage in a conversation to find out what they're doing and what their current situation is. So if the ordinance is gone, then, and someone's doing something and I can't walk to them and say, I need you to do X, Y, Z, and they have the power, unless I'm going to do unless I have a reasonable suspicion that something has occurred, then I can't stop someone and question them.
Can I just If you clarify, why is that, given that the state law says that this behavior is illegal?
Well, so in looking forward and looking at that part of the state law itself, that it's what I'm seeing is what this current trend is. Again, that let me back up and say that's why I think that the state law in itself is adequate. So if we're going to adopt the state, or so if we're going to just rely on say, well, the state law is there, then why not adopt the state law? The added part of it is saying that any loophole that allows me to deal with folks who are exploiting people, who are bringing people in from outside of the community and going through a loophole by saying, oh, we're not engaged in a sex act as defined by the state, therefore I can't go in there and do something. So if there is a house on my block and people are coming in left and right, and then the only thing that we're doing is just, it's a foot fetish thing. You're just using my hands. Nothing's going in any orifice or anything else like that. So there's nothing I can necessarily do now. So that's, to me, is like one of the loopholes, but then it also gives me the ability to go after people who are exploiting folks who are, or to go after the people who are exploiting folks in these situations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Toss in 2 cents here. Try to help the chief out. I think only because we've talked about this a lot, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think the current ordinance doesn't do us any good. Like, I don't think we use it at all. It's terrible. And regardless of anything, it's got to go. So the question is, what, if anything, do we put in place? And what the chief's proposing is essentially put in the state statute as a local ordinance with some language to close the loophole. So it's essentially saying, let's just mirror the state statute with some fine tuning. But you're right. I think you are correct that we could use the state statute to the extent of how it's written.
Connor, go ahead. Unless there's more that you had. Okay, go ahead, Connor.
Chief, do we have any local data on this of how many times it was sort of invoked to, investigate or intervene in a case, just locally in Montpelier over the last few years?
No, sir, in the sense that we haven't, it's not something that we actively targeted, went out and said, this is what we're going to do for like proactive stings, if you will. The majority of times that, because it's something that's so hard to prove unless someone actually comes forward and tells you what's going on, we've tended to simply just rely on often the accompanying crime. So for example, narcotics trafficking, things to that effect, that's what we've been dealing with. We're going with that sentence, then we're going with something that we have no ability to prove.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
I feel like I'm got a question that's still forming. It's related to that. Have there been instances where you're describing that as a loophole, where because, well, have you found that there were times that you would have done something differently if the state law were somehow included this language that you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay. Donna.
Oftentimes we refer to the state law, but state law does change. And yet it inferred here that you wanted to embrace the whole state law as our ordinance. And that seemed really cumbersome. Versus the state law is there. And then whatever, were we to consider something for a loophole, then specifically that piece only be the ordinance, with the state law being already stated that you're going to follow the state law.
Yes, ma'am. That's a very good point.
Okay, any other clarifying questions for the chief? Okay, thank you. And I am going to turn things over to Justin Dressler from the Police Review Committee, who I understand is representing them, though I know Abby German also has their hand up. So we'll go to Abby after Justin.
Good evening, everyone. Mind shut me off, Ann? I won't be silenced. So good evening, Justin Dreschler from the Police Review Committee. So we are, it's a difficult discussion. It seems like a discussion, seems like we're not even having the same one sometimes. So I'm going to keep this brief about the Police Review Committee. What drove our decision to want to repeal this ordinance was basically data. There's a lot of data suggesting that decriminalizing sex work is actually safer for victims of human trafficking. It makes them more likely to go forward, it makes them less likely to be involved with violence, it makes them more likely to be cooperative with police. And that was a big, big part of our decision for repealing this ordinance, was specifically because we believed that it would be safer for victims of human trafficking, in addition to individuals who are engaging in consensual sexual activity amongst adults, regardless of how you define sexual activity. And I do think that's a key point. I'm sensitive to all the chief's points here, and there isn't one person in this room that would think the chief is acting in bad faith, and I don't think there's anybody that would think the Police Review Committee is acting in bad faith. I guess I would just caution any new ordinance that comes down, particularly one that broadens an existing statute, because statutes can, by definition, sweep too broadly. And the council needs to ask themselves who they want to sweep up within this statute and who will be additionally swept up within this statute, not necessarily enforced against, because again, I don't think the chief is going to enforce this indiscriminately. I do think the police force will be judicious. And as the chief has said many times, it really doesn't matter what's written in the statute. If you have bad cops, cops are going to act bad. And if you don't have a bad culture, then they're not. Nevertheless, I personally, and I think the Police Review Committee holds this view also, think that it's very, very, very important not to add additional statutes that can be interpreted in a broad manner to sweep up a whole host of people who have done nothing wrong. And so I suppose that is all I will say on this this topic, because everyone else has made all the points that we would have made anyway. And so I invite all the public comment.
Thank you. All right, at this point, I want to go, actually, before we,
can I also speak?
Yes, Abby, hang on one second. I just want to see if the council has any questions for Justin. Okay, great. Abby, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the committee members who have continued the work of implementing the recommendations written by the Police Review Committee. Thank you so much for your time and dedication. It is so, so appreciated. During this conversation, we must be careful to make the distinction between consensual adult sex work and the horrific crime of human trafficking. What Chief Pete presented to the council today is human sex trafficking. I think that we can all agree that the current ordinance regarding prostitution is sexist, antiquated, and discriminatory towards sex workers. The city and police department have proposed adopting the state ordinance, which is not only discriminatory towards sex workers, but further criminalizes the act of sex work, safe housing for sex workers, and even transportation of sex workers. This proposal is in direct opposition to what human rights organizations have studied and proved, that in criminalized contexts, sex workers have increased risk of violence. Not to mention that criminalizing sex work between consenting adults is in direct conflict with the human right to personal autonomy and privacy. We need to repeal the current ordinance. We do not need to replace it with a further criminalizing ordinance. This is the bare minimum that we can do to protect the sex workers in our community. This will not change their material conditions or erase the state-sanctioned abuse that is policing and the prison industrial complex. It is largely a symbolic gesture to say, we stand with you. You are welcome here. We will not punish you for your work or stand aside when violence is committed against you. This is an issue for Black people, people of color, Indigenous people, queer and trans people, disabled people, and all other marginalized identities who choose the sex industry. These people are already over-policed and under-supported. Sex workers are pioneers, activists, healers, mutual aid innovators. They are also your teachers, co-workers, neighbors, family, and community members. Historically, sex workers have led the fight for liberation. They have been on the front lines of human rights issues throughout human history, fighting for everyone with the least protections for themselves. We as a community must actively work to protect sex workers, because in doing so, we protect our entire society. In conclusion, this ordinance should be repealed to create a community in Montpelier where sex workers are protected legally, where their work is destigmatized, seen as legitimate and respected by the public, and their civil liberties are upheld. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. I also see Alyssa Shuren, the chair of the Police Review Committee, has her hand up. So I know other people have their hands up, but I'm going to, for right now, I'm prioritizing people who are on the Police Review Committee, and then we will go to the public. And then also the members of the council who are on the Police Review Committee, if you have any comments, we'll go to you next. So for now, Alyssa Shuren, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Abby, and thank you, Justin. And Chief Pete for your presentation. And I think there is a lot of agreement in what has been said. And one piece of agreement that I'm hearing is that the existing ordinance should be struck. I mean, it seems like there isn't a person who's saying the existing ordinance should remain in place. And so I think the question for the committee is whether or not to replace it, or to rely on the state statute. I would guess, I was talking with a former assistant attorney general today, and I was asking her, how many towns or cities do you think have ordinances like these in place? And she was like, I would guess not very many at all. Not very many at all. That most communities would likely rely on the state statute, and that is really where I think the policy conversation needs to be had, and is being had in the legislature in a much more robust and data-informed way. Not that this conversation, I mean, Chief Pete's presentation was extensive. Our research was, valid, of course, but I'm talking like months of experts and review and consideration and going back and forth through that process. I would rather see personally that conversation happen at that level in a very thoughtful and deliberate way. So I think there is broad agreement to strike the ordinance, and it doesn't seem relevant to replace it at this point in time, and there'll be opportunities to weigh in on what that looks like at the state level.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for, I should have stopped after Abby presented, but any questions for either Abby or Alyssa? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, so at this point, I'm going to turn to the public. We want to hear from you. So if you have something to say, you can come up, say your name, where you live, and try to keep your comments to 2 minutes. And Donna is going to help us out with that. I think that's it. Oh, sorry, council. Did members of the police review committee and the council have anything to add?
I'm happy to go when the
Okay.
full council discussion.
Okay,
is
same.
happening.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to start with folks in person. So if you're here and would like to say something, now's the time. Come on up.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Riley. Nervous up here. Forgive me. I know a lot of people who sell their bodies. I do it myself. The hardest day I ever spent selling my body was on a roof. One of the best days I ever had selling my body was as a boy dancing on a bar. I made a ton of friends who I'm still lifelong friends with. And I actually know a lot of people who sell their bodies for sex. And none of them have been human trafficked. Very few of them have a real support network around it either. The idea that human trafficking is supported by legalized or consensual adults, essentially conducting business. It's a manner of commerce where two people are agreeing to do something that they both want to do, and then they both get to be taxpayers at the end of the day. I totally understand that the police chief is worried about drug addiction and a lack of resources, but it really seems like the driving factor in these human trafficking desperation situations are other failures of the state, failures like lack of housing that put people into these desperate situations. And it's incredibly unfortunate and a tragedy that there's only 2 people at the state level that we can call about resources like this. There's institutional failure across the board. And I think that another institutional failure, like lack of housing, is a criminalization of people who are trying to conduct themselves in a fair, equitable way. Thank you. I have 1 minute left. I did make some notes. No, I totally understand that. But my feeling is that basically giving the police more power to enter into people's lives based on a hunch, it's just going to further divide people away from wanting to communicate with the police. I'm curious to know how many instances there were where the police chief or somebody working for them would have done something differently, and how many instances there are in entirety of Washington County where somebody was arrested for prostitution. People are going to do this no matter what. What you're trying to prevent is human trafficking and drug addiction, and everybody supports you on that. But I think what we're really talking about here is the future of people in Vermont supporting themselves and being able to talk about what they do, regardless of what the law is. Everybody wants to create a supportive community here. This is beautiful. What you all have here in Vermont, what we have here in Vermont, this is beautiful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's see where they're from.
Oh, do you mind telling us, Riley, where you're from?
I'm from New Orleans.
Oh, well, but do you live?
I live, my mailing address is Montpelier.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah. And being from New Orleans is maybe one of the reasons why I have so many friends who everything goes down there, basically. Like, it is a lawless, violent town, and we have none of these resources. But people are still safe in the sex work community.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Christine. I'm a Montpelier resident. I'm addressing the council tonight regarding the recommendations put forth by the Police Review Committee. International human rights and public health organizations, including but not limited to the ACLU, Amnesty International, the World Health Organization, UNAIDS, and Human Rights Watch, support the full decriminalization of sex work. I'll email to each council member and include in my written statement links to the ACLU's full research brief, Amnesty International's official policy on state obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of sex workers, and Yale Law School's Global Health Justice Partnership's letter in support of Amnesty International and the decriminalization of sex work. I implore every city council member to please absorb these documents for your own education and for your informed decision-making on this subject. Research-based evidence and data proves unequivocally that full decriminalization increases health and safety and decreases trafficking. When resources are used to revile and criminalize consensual working adults, they are actively being misappropriated from victims that might have been helped. Thank you for prudently considering the surmounting, readily available, and factual evidence supporting decrim. My colleagues and I look forward to working more closely with both our local and state lawmakers and extending our expertise whenever appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Henry, and before I begin, I brought some data. I run an anti-trafficking and human rights organization out of Vermont. We work with consensual sex workers and traffickers alike. I participate in a Rhode Island study commission with legislative recommendations at the end of the year. I've also been involved in Harvard studies around the difference between consensual sex work and coercive sexual abuses between traffickers.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
And coercive.
I want to make sure that the people who are with us online hear you as well. I just don't want you, I don't want them to miss what you're saying. Thank you.
This is all just to say, we work really hard to make sure that we bring facts and data. We understand that this is a really emotionally charged conversation. It is for me, being a consensual worker and a survivor of sexual abuse outside of the industry.
Stack and I'll pass it around and wait, you can get to the microphone.
That's excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your help. I'll begin now. My name's Henry Banks. As I just stated, I run a local non-trafficking organization and human rights organization called the Ishtar Collective. Our services go everywhere. We do financial aid for sex workers who did not get pandemic relief because they were deliberately excluded from the bill. We farm an acre of food to distribute intersectionally throughout the community because we understand that poverty is an intersectional issue. And we deal with trafficking survivors directly, taking them from their abusive situations. I'd like to begin by offering my deep gratitude to the city of Montpelier and your council for your willingness to engage in this nuanced conversation. It is my hope that as an affected member of this community, what I and my colleagues have to offer leaves room for consideration. It was a hard-won victory when the collective, Safe Sex Work Vermont, and our neighbors lent a hand in striking down Burlington's ordinances and charter. In fact, the elimination of the charter language, Burlington was supported by almost 70% of Burlington's residents. The House and Senate with overwhelming tripartisan support, and ultimately it was signed into law by the governor. The support was really heartening. It made us feel like we were people that mattered, despite, our moral grievances between each other and the misunderstanding of what our labor actually looks like. It was a huge step forward, and we really appreciated it. We urge the city council to reflect on the openly sexist language of this ordinance, as has been discussed. I'm glad we can universally agree that this is really pointed and punishing language, that it needs to be changed. Moreover, it's come to my attention that there's a desire to amend the ordinance and replace it with the state laws. I would caution against the enhanced criminalization of consensual sex work and instead engage in a longer conversation with the demographic as we come into your space and share our knowledge and experiences. Further policing will undoubtedly end in more restricted access to housing, to food, to work, and other vital resources our community already struggles to come by. Punishing sex workers under the logic of a moral discrepancy in our current political atmosphere that is targeting women, targeting queers, targeting wrongfully criminalized communities risks the endorsement of violence like we saw on January 6th, like we've seen through Pride Month nationally, and as a reaction to the coming changes with the threat to our right to reproductive freedom. If you want to protect us, we need to be listened to, not stigmatized. To that end, the PRC recommendations as drafted are a big step in the right direction, and we strongly endorse and support it. Thank you.
I'm Thomas Graham. I'm currently a voting resident in Montpelier. I'm in the process of moving to Rutland because this city is no longer accessible or affordable to a working class neurodiverse young person. The bullying power that police have and display towards us that we all feel as palpable is part of the reason for that. And so I just wanted to say that I've had a lot of various types of interactions with sex workers throughout my life, people I know very well, very long-standing friends of mine, and I know for a fact that every single one of those interactions is completely consensual on both ends. And every single interaction that I've ever had with a police officer has been coercive. The job that we want to talk about that has coercion in its nature is policing, not sex work. So if we're going to abolish a type of work, if we want to abolish a type of job, let's abolish the police. But in the meantime, we really need to strike down this ordinance, and we need not to enforce the state ordinances as they exist, because as a queer person, the hookup culture that exists and is normalized within modern culture is criminalized under current existing state law. And so thank God that state law is not enforced, or every grinder hookup I've ever had could get me thrown in jail, the way the law was written in 1890. And so we need to not enforce that, and we also need to repeal the sexist and outdated charter language that this city has, because these laws are not in keeping with modern society. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that I think that it's unfortunate of his experiences in dealing with the police. I can't speak to them. I can't speak to anything, but I can say that what I hoped to project throughout the presentation I gave was that we all have to get together to figure out how we solve this issue. I didn't go into a more argument or more discussion about it. I just looked at some people are having different experiences, and a majority are not. And I think that's counterproductive. When I got into this job to help people, and one of the most disheartening things that happens to me still to this day is when I'm driving down the street and I wave at a child and a parent, and somebody says, "Don't talk to them, they're just going to arrest you." Well, okay. So there are police officers who are out there who should not be in this job, and we're actively working to get rid of them. But if we're having discussions and conversations about why people aren't coming to the police, that contributes to part of that discussion as well, is what we're conditioning each other to do and how we trust each other, not just to the police, but just to elected officials in general. Folks who are putting themselves out there on the line, doing the best that they can for their communities everywhere is being targeted. And you don't agree with me, then you need to be abolished. And I think those kinds of statements are counterproductive. And I think we're all here for the same goals, to figure out how to help everyone as much as we can while giving as many people the rights that they have to live their own lives.
Thank you. Right. So go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kiana. I live on the edge of the Montpelier zip code. So examples of sex work that are like commonly accepted: porn, as Thomas was saying earlier, premarital sex can be considered sex work, and strip clubs. Those are all over the place, and sex workers exist in those circles and then exist in circles that are less legal. And I think that striking this ordinance is something that's like one of the very beginning steps that Central Vermont can do in order to be a more friendly environment towards people who are just trying to work in another consensual activity with other consenting adults, be part of a capitalist system that we're all existing in. I also think that sex work disproportionately affect, the laws against sex work disproportionately affect women and how safe women are. We were just talking about how decriminalizing it in general would make sex work way safer. Those are the statistics. And I think that while we move in this direction to towards decriminalizing sex work and striking down archaic language, we will be on the side of history that is kinder in the future, the side that makes more sense. And thank you all for being here. I only had 1 minute of stuff to say, I guess. Yeah, I support the Ishtar Collective. They're doing great work. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else in person?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maggie Karen, and I'm the Vermont Chair for New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation. We call ourselves NEAS. NICE is a regional organization that has members in Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Maine. We actively strive to protect men, women, and children from sexual exploitation by pushing back against national efforts to decriminalize prostitution in our New England states. We would like to thank you for this opportunity to address your considerations regarding the 2021 Police Review Committee Summary Report and recommendations, and your Montpelier City staff recommendations pertaining to the city's ordinance language regarding prostitution. NICE would like to extend the offer to help with any reworking or rewording of the city's ordinance language pertaining to prostitution, and we appreciate and agree with the city staff's recommendation to not support repeal. We encourage the Montpelier Police Department to continue to recognize that both prostitution and trafficking in nearly all cases occur by force, fraud, coercion, manipulation, and numerous other means, always resulting in the harm of our citizens. It is not in any way a victimless crime, and most often those most victimized are those sold as nothing more than a mere commodity for someone else's pleasure. It is almost always the exploitation of one who has little by the one who has much. It most always results in physical, psychological, and emotional damages that can take lifetimes to overcome. NICE recognizes that there's a national attempt to normalize and decriminalize sexual exploitation. Decriminalize Sex Work, a Texas-based organization, is amongst those pushing this agenda nationwide, including here in Vermont. If that were to happen, it would be devastating to our citizens and our state, resulting in untold harms to include increased gang activity, increased drug trafficking, increased sex trafficking, increased drug and alcohol addiction, and increase the exploitation of Vermont's most vulnerable population. We ask Montpelier City Council for your consideration of this very important matter, and we thank you in advance for continuing to protect your citizens and the citizens of the state against the detrimental effects of decriminalization. I did bring handouts for all of you if you'd like to have it. It's a little bit broader information. I do thank you for what you're doing and for the work that you're doing.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else here in person wish to make a comment?
This is a little short for me, but maybe we'll just, is that okay if I do that for now? Okay, well, thank you so much for all of your service to us. First of all, City Council, just want to appreciate you guys. So first of all, I just want to point out, it seems like there's kind of two opposing things that don't make sense that are being said tonight. On the one hand, people are saying that we don't need to decriminalize in the city because the state has already criminalized it. Well, then on the other end, out of the same mouth, we're saying that, we want to fully decriminalize. And so you're saying two different things. The first one is kind of just a red herring to kind of pull away from this right here, what's happening right here. I think that the point is that you have to make a stance right here for this city. Obviously, why are people fighting to decriminalize here in this city? It's because it's part of a bigger movement. This is another win to kind of stack the deck, to build momentum, to decriminalize for the whole state. So you kind of have to ask yourself, do you want decriminalization for the whole state? Well, then, okay, then let's get rid of any kind of language here. If you are for criminalization for the whole state, we need to have some language. I appreciate Chief P here, what he has said. I just wanted to point out, I don't have a lot of time here, but most people who are testifying today against the decriminalization of prostitution will likely point out how it inescapably leads to sex trafficking. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that because I think it's already been made. So I just want to argue against what hasn't been talked about, consensual prostitution, that it is very destructive to the people who actually willingly prostitute themselves. I've given you handouts from Nordic Model Now that detail this. A woman, Cecily Højgaard, she did studies into this, actually working with prostitutes, and she discovered, and I'll just point out her quote to you with my remaining time.
She said, we spent several years doing field work and we developed close relationships with the prostituted women. We heard about their experiences of past abuse, extreme poverty, and violence. We were prepared for these stories because of our previous studies on outcast and marginalized people. But what the women told us of their concrete experiences of prostitution was unexpected and shocking. They told us what it was like to use their bodies and vaginas as rental apartments for unknown men to invade, and how this made it necessary to separate their body from their self. Me and my body are two separate parts. It is not me, my feelings, or my soul he fucks. I am not for sale. The women had numerous strategies to maintain the separation. To be agents in their own lives, they showed great ingenuity and vigor within the little space for maneuver they had. However, over time, it became more difficult for them to maintain the separation between their body and self. After the puncher was done, it became increasingly difficult to bring the self back. Eventually, the women came to feel worthless, dirty, and disgusting. These stories were very similar to accounts we'd heard from victims of other sexual violence, such as incest, rape, and domestic violence. The fact is that this actually contributes to the devaluation, the self-devaluation of individuals, whether they be women or men. We have to fight this at all costs in all places. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Would you introduce yourself? You didn't introduce yourself.
Aaron Clark, and I'm a resident of Montpelier.
Thank you. Anyone else in person? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sonia Clark, and I'm basically here in support of my son, Pastor Aaron Clark. He is trying to start a church here in Montpelier, Imago Christi Church on Berry Street at the Senior Center. Anyone's invited to come who would like to come. But anyway, even though that's not relevant to the point, I just want to tell you why I'm here. And the reason I decided to come up to speak is because I see a broader question here, and that is, if sex for money is decriminalized or legitimized in society, or just even here in Montpelier, even more so, won't that encourage young people and other people to think, okay, the council and the government thinks it's fine, let's just go ahead and do it. It's a legitimate trade, right? It's a legitimate trade, just like certain other things that our youth are doing now. That we who are older, I'm an older person, I'm 68 years old, and I am shocked at some of the things going on in this world today. And so I feel my heart goes out to anyone as a young person who was made to have sex, to give his body, on a bar or whatever, in a bar, to because I love everyone, and I do love everyone here, and I want the best for each person. My heart goes out to every single person who has given their sad story here. And I hope and pray that the council will make the right decision, because it's not just for a group of people who are sex workers, it's for society, the entire society. And you are the line, you are the boundary between what's right and wrong. The police is, and I commend this police chief officer who has given a wonderful presentation. He gave the facts. He told us the facts. Do what you know to be right, please, for the sake of everyone involved. And let me know when I'm at 2 minutes. Okay. And so anyway, so I'm speaking from, truth, but emotion too. So as a mother, as a grandmother, and so just search your conscience. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else who is here in person wish to make a comment before? We're going to hear from everybody before. Anyone who has not spoken, I wish to make a comment. Okay, so we're going to turn to folks who are this digitally. As we make this transition, I also just want to recognize that it being 9:30, we are not going to get to the 12 to 16 Main Street future item. So I don't think anyone necessarily is here for that, but in case you were, we're not going to take that one up tonight. So we're going to go now to folks who are with us virtually, and I'm going to just go in the order that you appear on my screen. So we're going to start with Rachel Foster, and then we'll go to Molly McElroy, and I can't read the rest of the name there, so my apologies. But Rachel Foster, go ahead.
Hi, I'm the co-founder of World Without Exploitation. We're a national anti-trafficking organization made up of over 250 member organizations from around the country. And we are very much led by survivors of the sex trade who are leaders, who are experts, whose voices we listen to and amplify, and who are in this room. I've spent thousands of hours speaking with and working alongside those who have exited the sex trade and listen to their wise counsel. What these efforts are doing around the country, these incredibly well-funded, heavily bankrolled efforts, whether it's the Ishtar Collective or it's decriminalized sex work, is engaging in a national effort to decriminalize the sex trade using a lot of bait and switch tactics. So these ordinances where what's being brought up is antiquated language, it's masking the actual effort, which is to really decriminalize pimping, brothel keeping, and sex buying around the country. We fully agree that those bought and sold in the sex trade should not be criminalized, should not face any kind of criminal penalty. But where we don't agree is that sex buyers, pimps, and brothel owners should be given a free pass, should have impunity for the harms that they cause, the predation, the exploitation, the predatory nature of seeking out vulnerable people with long histories of somebody else is popping up on the screen, but long histories of trauma and exploitation, and really giving them a pass to be able to come into communities, create harms, bring collateral crimes, which will happen. Perry Freeman is in this room as well, which tells you, because Perry Freeman spearheaded the effort in Burlington and was very clear about wanting to decriminalize the sex trade. So Perry Freeman is here. Selena Colburn, who is spearheading this on the state level, was in the Burlington hearings. So this is really something that we're seeing around the country, where you have groups that are very deep-pocketed, many who come from a sex buying sense of entitlement and right, bankrolling these efforts around the country. It's deeply concerning. What I'd love for you to do is really listen to the survivors and experts and professionals who are in this room about their understanding, their expertise, their beliefs. They are incredibly intelligent and thought leaders here. And we also could really debunk this mention of all this research that supports a safer decriminalized sex trade.
Hey, Rachel, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. If you're at 3 minutes now, if you could wrap up your comments. Also, if you could tell us where you're from.
I am from Brooklyn, New York.
Where you live.
Oh, sure. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I have come to testify in Vermont multiple times because this is that important, and I'm really listening to survivors we work with who have been trafficked in and out of Vermont and who live in Vermont. So my role is really to amplify the voices of those who you're going to hear tonight. And I've spent thousands of hours really listening to those who have exited the sex trade. And I really believe that their voices are stronger than my voice. So I'm here to just say, please listen to them.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move now to Molly McElroy and Martha Nolan. I got to see your name. So if you, just because you're if you both want to testify, that is perfectly fine. And
Yes.
you don't have to have like a combined 2 minutes or anything. So,
Thank you.
yeah, go ahead.
We're, in the same place, but, let's see, I have so many things to say. Sorry, my name is Martha. I live in Waterbury. Vermont. I actually didn't know anything about any of this happening, to be honest, until I ran into a friend in Montpelier today who is a sex worker who told me that this was happening. Here I am listening and feeling very frustrated with all of the men I've heard talking about how women feel in their bodies and talking about policing women's bodies, especially in the times we are having with everything that's happening, things that are being talked about at the Supreme Court and the possibility of abortion rights continuing to be rolled back. Hearing men talk about how women feel about their bodies is like very activating. Little insight on sex workers. The Ishtar Collective is, I haven't seen their budget, but they are not well funded. They farm on some of my land in Barrie. They don't pay for it because they can't. And why would I make them pay for an acre of land that would be meadow otherwise? They come out and volunteer their time. They are getting help from a neighbor who comes out and helps with tilling the land. They donate all of the shares. They don't have people who are paying for the CSA shares. They give me a share as kind of payment for using my land. They give shares to all of my tenants in that building. These are normal people that aren't being exploited, and there are actually sex workers who are not being trafficked. I think we can all agree that human trafficking is bad. And there's this whole red herring that just happened with the chief's presentation. Everyone's saying really nice things, and I can't really say that we're on the same page. I don't think that we're here for the same reasons. I'm hearing that he is here to police people, and I'm here to say that sex workers should be able to do what they want, and people who are being trafficked should be helped. Sex workers are not all drug addicts. They are people who are doing something that's been done for all of human history. I'm not an expert. I don't have all the answers. I did want to bring a couple things back. I know that I'm running out of time. I remember the chief saying that he didn't want to be punitive, and then went back when Connor asked a question about data. There was zero data presented. There was a very shaky answer. And then he said that they used the other charges to lock people up. So he had zero data about any sex work related crimes, and that they put all those people in prison for other reasons. Not that they helped those people, but that they pressed charges. So I don't actually believe that the chief is here to help anyone. And
Martha, I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yes,
You're at 3 minutes. It's
I'll
okay.
stop now. You're up, Molly.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Molly McElroy, and I live in Berlin, and I am a local business owner in Montpelier. My business is Kitchen Witch Cleaning Services. And I am just here tonight to say that I support the recommendations put forward by the Police Review Committee, and I stand in solidarity with the Ishtar Collective, our local sex worker collective. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll go to what's listed as Trisha's iPhone. Trisha, if you would also just say your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Trisha Grant. I actually live in Maine. I oppose any effort to decriminalize the sex trade in its entirety. Specifically, I oppose decriminalizing sex buying and brothel owning. And now I'm going to get into why I'm here. What I know to be true. This is just what I know to be true. I was 15 when I was first sold in Maine, New England, and yes, even in Vermont, which is where I experienced the deepest amount of trauma. And I had no choice. They told me that my son would be taken from me if I didn't do what they told me to do. I was victimized over and over by men who thought they had a right to do to me whatever they wanted because they paid my trafficker. Nobody ever asked me how old I was, if I wanted to be there, or if I was safe, because they didn't care. People who buy sex do not care who they hurt. Decriminalizing the exploitation of human beings is a starting point for a spike in demand. A demand that will never be met solely by the people who say they are there by choice. More people will be forced. It took me 16 years to know that there was a name for what happened to me and that it wasn't my fault. It's taken me 10 years to learn how to talk about it and to start my healing journey. I've had the honor to journey alongside other survivors. And what we hope is that you will take the time to hear all perspectives before making these seemingly harmless decisions that I assure you will have lifelong consequences. I'm always available for any person willing to have a conversation. Another thing that I just want to end on is that I can assure you that I was never safe. I wondered every time I left my home if I would make it back home to my son. The organization that trafficked me still advertises for exotic dancers to this day because it's legal. So I just want to leave it open for questions if anybody has questions, and I'm always available afterwards to have conversations.
Thank you, Trisha. Anyone have questions? I think we don't at this time, but appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Nicole Bell.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicole Bell. I am the founder and chief executive officer of an organization in Worcester called LIFT, and also a survivor of prostitution and sex trafficking, which are inextricably linked and individually violent and dehumanizing. LIFT is a survivor-led organization providing support and resources to prostituted people, whether they are currently being exploited and prostituted or have exited what we survivors call the life, though it's really no life at all. Decriminalizing prostitution does nothing to provide anything for survivors like myself, but instead works to provide a safe haven for buyers, traffickers, brothel keepers, and profiteers. Decriminalizing or deprioritizing investigations and arrests of those who are buying access to another person's body, who are mostly women and girls, and mostly BIPOC and LGBTQ plus individuals, diminishes the violence and harm that survivors experience at the hands of privileged sex buyers and perpetrators. It's interesting to me, people are so enraged about the talk of men controlling women's bodies, but it's okay that men have the right to buy access to women's bodies because they have money. The fact that this is even a consideration makes it abundantly clear that you've never had to exchange access to your body to have a sandwich. Instead of putting forth bills like this, which seek to whitewash the inherent violence of the sex trade, why not listen to survivors of prostitution who are most impacted by it? Instead of relegating members of the constituency to be bought and sold into a violent system of oppression, why not work on legislation to address the push factors into the sex trade like poverty, childhood sexual abuse, the broken child welfare system, racism and discrimination, to name a few? Systems of prostitution are held in place by institutional racism, misogyny, bigotry, and the patriarchy. As survivors, we are here and want you to know that this is an effort to decriminalize prostitution. As it started in Burlington. And we are asking you to consider working on legislation that will protect prostituted people and hold traffickers and buyers accountable for the violence and abuse they perpetrate against our community's most vulnerable members. We know in places where lax prostitution laws are, the demand for commercial sex increases. My organization serves over 500 unique individuals a year in central Massachusetts alone, from ages 9 to 60. Is Montpelier prepared to take on an influx of prostituted people and the violent traffickers and abusive sex buyers that will flock to your city? Decriminalizing prostitution will grow the demand for access to women and girls' bodies for sexual purposes. It is the most marginalized women and girls who will end up paying the price for these efforts. It is those who profit off the backs of your most marginalized community members who will benefit. That means those with means will win again, and women and girls will be sacrificed to meet their wants. We continually talk about equality for women, but there is no real pathway to gender and racial equity if we are allowed to be reduced to commodities to be bought and sold by privileged white men. Global data shows that buyers are almost exclusively white, highly educated, and affluent married men purchasing the bodies of Black and brown women and girls. Decriminalization provides zero support for people in prostitution or those wishing to exit it. The overwhelming majority of prostituted people are living at the intersection of multiple vulnerabilities like homelessness, untreated substance use disorder, mental health disorders, and food insecurity.
So Nicole, I'm going to interrupt you at 3 minutes. If you could wrap up your comments. You've got to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Though I came here to oppose decriminalization, I am also here to propose a solution. Instead of allowing for the abuse of those you find deserving of a life of sexual violence in the sex trade, let's work together to provide pathways out of prostitution by holding those accountable that are doing the buying and selling. And that solution is the equality model, which decriminalizes prostituted people so they can no longer be arrested, decreases demand, and supports comprehensive exit programming. I am urging you to look at what this effort is really intended to do, which is decriminalize prostitution. And I, as a survivor firsthand, can tell you, you need to listen to those most impacted and stop these efforts.
Okay, thank you. Jessica Benke. My apologies if I've said your name improperly.
No, you did great. Hi, my name is Jessica Benke, and I'm calling from Portland, Oregon, and I am a survivor of child sex trafficking and a proud member of the LGBTQ2IA+ community and the disabled community. I'm also one of the founding members of the Northwest Survivor Alliance, a grassroots organization of survivors who volunteer their time and relive their trauma for the sole purpose of fighting efforts to fully decriminalize the sex trade. When we only look at the interests of the few who identify as choosing and do not consider the harms to those who have no choice, we are cherry picking the most privileged within the sex trade and ignoring people who are spending their days negotiating their rapes. We do know that the sex trade targets children and youth. I was not a victim by accident. I was trapped in the commercial sex trade by design. It is also an accepted truth that the sex trade is extremely dangerous. If exploitation was normalized as a job, it would be the most violent job on earth. There is not the secret pool of buyers who purchased me. People who choose and people who cannot choose share the same buyers and are exposed consistently to the same level of danger. I was only able to escape the sex trade because of the combined intervention of a vice squad and the FBI, who did not identify me as a child, but identified me as a victim who might need services. And they had the support of their community that recognized that the act of prostitution is an act of violence against a prostituted person. I did not escape unscathed. The physical violence I suffered at the hands of my two traffickers and the 20 to 50 buyers every single day has left me permanently disabled with no chance to recover. In addition to all the continued medical expenses and the physical pain, my ability to earn a living is now severely impacted, all because of less than 2 years on the public streets across multiple states. Burlington presented the same way, just a repeal of awful language. But you've heard a decision to vacate awful language cited as support for the expansion of the sex trade here tonight. You have heard that decision will be, quote unquote, an important first step in the expansion of the sex trade. I ask that you vote against the repeal of this antiquated language without a replacement of the language that sends a clear message that you will hold sex buyers, pimps, and brothel owners accountable. Those who are choosing to be in the sex trade cannot speak for my people. Those who are choosing to purchase people cannot speak for my people. They cannot speak to what helps us and to what harms us. Your decision tonight has the power to do either for trafficking victims. It is crazy that we victims of horrific acts are having to beg to be relevant enough to be considered in decisions like these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a proposal? Just that,
I'm sorry,
that you,
we're going to keep going. And just want to make sure that we hear from everybody. So Robin Love, sir, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Robin Lavassa. I'm from Rhode Island. I'm a survivor of human trafficking. Excuse me 1 minute. I am a sex trafficking survivor who was in the life when indoor prostitution was legal from 1980 to 2009. And let me tell you, it is not safe. The problem is people might think they're freely choosing it. I fell in love with my pimp that I didn't know was a pimp. I was part of that grooming and Romeo piece. But the life eats you up. It's violent from buyers, not just pimps. I've had guns put to my head, huge men on top of me. I had to run out of a room, which contributed to my PTSD for sure. Women are trafficked all over New England. If you wipe out an ordinance against prostitution in Montpelier, you are putting thousands of women, kids, and young boys at risk. Because trust me, I saw it in Providence, Rhode Island. Girls will be trafficked here and you'll become a hub for exploitation. It will bring criminality that residents do not want. I do street outreach with my nonprofit Together with Love. And the girls in the street even opposed the bill in Rhode Island legislature to decriminalize prostitution. They even stated that if you decriminalize it, it will be worse because the pimps and the perpetrators and the pedophiles and tricks will not even care if they get in trouble, so it'll be worse. I work with women that have been abused and murdered. If anybody wants to really see what it's all about, because it's not, there are people that, if you want to sell your body, fine, but I'm telling you the big picture, okay? How do you know who's doing it because they want to and who's being forced? You tell me how to figure that out, and I'll try to understand some of that. But the buyers don't care about the girls. They beat them, and I'm telling you, you're just going to open up the floodgates of hell. They're going to come in, they're going to post up, and it's going to, all bets are off. I have a granddaughter that's 6 years old and that I'm fighting for. Think about your grandkids, your daughter, your neighbor's daughter, and you're going to open up this Pandora's box. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Jaylee Oshiro Brantley. Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Jaylee Oshiro Brantley from the Ishtar Collective, Vermont's only anti-trafficking organization run by and for current and former sex workers and survivors of exploitation. I'd like to clear that one up. We're not just sex workers, we're also run by survivors as well. So there's been a lot of mischaracterization of our organization, including that we're well funded. We are broke people. So if you would like an organization to donate to, please. All the World Without Exploitation people, y'all are well funded. Please donate to us. It is going to survivors. We will make good use of that money and we will grow some kale for you, I promise. Our collective has helped survivors escape abusive situations. We've provided housing, food, financial and emotional support, and other skills training for those who want to exit the sex industry, because that's really important to us, that no one is doing this who's being coerced into it. We take our anti-trafficking work very seriously, and we would also like to sincerely thank everybody here who's taking interest in our communities, because so often our struggles are discussed without us and help is not even offered for our communities. Most of us have lived the experiences being discussed today, and we understand them intimately. We welcome the opportunity to sit down with you all and problem solve together. Many of the ways sex workers have historically been related to you as stigmatized and criminalized people or as helpless victims have resulted in us being treated poorly by healthcare, police, and other helping entities. This has led to our isolation, to our suffering, and indeed has even contributed to the deaths of community members. Let's bring this back home. This is about archaic language, the language of what you are all deciding on today. A concrete example of the stigmatization would be the killing of Asian massage workers by a man who just believed them to be doing sex work. Okay, words have power, stigmatization has power. He simply profiled them as sex workers and thought that they should die because of that. That is the power of stereotypes and stigmatizing language. I appreciate that that the police are here testifying, but in terms of human trafficking, it is not right for us to expect police to be charged with the duties of executing complex social work with victims of trafficking in the course of their policing. We would never arrest a domestic violence victim to save them. Let me repeat that again. We would never arrest a domestic violence victim to save them. Yet many prostitution arrests are to save victims of trafficking. It just doesn't make sense. The data is exhaustive around the negative health outcomes from sexist language and sex work stigma. We encourage the Montpelier City Council to fight this blatant sexism and by removing the archaic language from its city ordinance and not replace it with worse language. We as a larger society, we must come up with more effective ways to address the issue of human trafficking. I, for one, would love to sit down with any folks here at the table, and our collective has ideas about this that, again, we'd love to be in discussion with you all about. They are evidence-based and scientifically informed. Our organization's mission is to support sex workers who choose to do sex work and to help those who are being coerced into the sex industry to get out of it. This is a nuanced issue that I don't think a lot of people are actually looking at. We use peer-reviewed evidence and our lived experiences to inform what policies we support, and the City Council and People Burlington recognized that this kind of sexist language was hurtful and outdated, so they took it out of their city charter. The state legislature agreed, and so did our governor. We hope that Montpelier does the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Shively.
I'm Mike Shively. I'm working now at the National Center on Sexual Exploitation. For the previous 30 years, I was employed as a researcher at universities and at a private research company. And for 20 consecutive years, up to now, I've had federal grants to study exactly these issues. So several people have brought up data and facts is very important. So that's where I'm going to stay. I'm not going to deny anyone's experience, good or bad, doing this sort of activity. And I don't claim to understand, what any of this is like personally. But what I do know is the research and the data on this. And I would like to straighten up a few things that have come up. So the proponents of decriminalization argue that these good things will happen if these prohibitions are dropped. And the thing is, we don't have to speculate because there are many examples of prohibitions being relaxed or eliminated either through creating tolerance zones and simply not enforcing the law, adopting policies where they wouldn't be prosecuted, decriminalizing through the law, and also legalization, which is establishing, a business model around it as a legitimate form of work and not just abolishing the law. So this has been tried. And one thing that is extraordinarily clear from the experiences, this isn't speculation. It isn't what you wish would happen or guess would happen. This is what actually happened. And all of those efforts have a 100% failure rate in delivering exactly the kinds of results that the proponents are arguing are going to happen. Those things have never happened. Stigma, for one. We will destigmatize it if we legalize it. There's an immense research on stigmatized work and forms of sexually related work like pornography, like working in sex shops, like working in strip clubs. They find substantial stigmatization 30 and 40 years after legalization. In New Zealand, they've had 20 years of decriminalization. There was just an article came out a couple of weeks ago about the stigmatization of people in the sex industry there. Changing the law does not change that stigma. That's a whole separate thing. And another thing is that the surest way to make sure you cannot deal with sex trafficking is to decriminalize prostitution. The pathway to successful arrest and prosecution of sex traffickers and people who buy children and forced people for sex, the surest way to get them is to have laws that allow you to do investigations and establish probable cause. Again, New Zealand, this is not speculation. In New Zealand, for 2 consecutive years, the State Department reports were conveying data from New Zealand, which found 2 consecutive years, they didn't have one sex trafficking conviction in the entire country, even though all the advocacy groups said there were hundreds and hundreds of victims. They couldn't make prosecutions because they couldn't make arrests because they couldn't investigate it. The front door to a sex trafficking investigation and prosecution is through the prostitution aspect, so you can start asking questions and find out how old people are and those sort of things. So couple other things, and I'll be very quick.
Yeah, okay, great. I was going to say you're at 3 minutes, so if you could wrap up
super quickly. Someone mentioned that very few places have prostitution ordinances. That is absolutely false. The vast majority of U.S. cities and counties have local ordinances, and there are a lot of reasons for them. So I'm very happy to supply more information and facts and reports to anyone that wants to continue to pursue this. Thank you.
We're going to go next to Lucy's iPhone, but Lucy, if you could identify yourself and tell us where you live, that would be great.
Hi, hi. My name's Lucy. I live in Montpelier. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for giving your opinions, and I'd just like to bring it back to the conversation at hand, which is not decriminalization or legalization. It's just this city ordinance, which I think we all can agree, as it stands, has sexist and outdated language and needs to be repealed. So in moving forward, I hope that the City of Montpelier will work closely with organizations that have presented themselves here, such as the Ishtar Collective, our local sex working and helping organization, and listen to them and follow their lead in the next step after this is repealed. So thank you, and that's it.
Thank you. And Lauren Hirsch. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Hirsch. I'm currently a Florida resident, and I'm the National Director of World Without Exploitation. By way of background, I spent nearly a decade prosecuting gender-based violence cases. And as the chief of the sex trafficking unit at a New York City District Attorney's Office, I spent more nights than I could count pulling 12-year-olds out of brothels and writing search warrants to get 15-year-olds out of trap houses. During my time as a prosecutor, I got an up-close look at the sex trade, and here are a few key takeaways. Prostitution and sex trafficking are not the same thing, but they are inextricably intertwined. Where you have prostitution, sex trafficking invariably flourishes. In places where people are being sold for sex, there is always collateral crime and is usually very violent. There's organized crime, robbery, burglary, gun violence, and gang violence. And in this moment in time, when crime is spiking in cities across the country, this part is incredibly important to consider. And finally, as we heard tonight, sure, there are certainly a small number of people who are voluntarily enter the sex trade, but for the vast majority, they aren't there by choice, but there because of lack of options and other significant vulnerabilities. And that is why every one of our partners objects to full decriminalization. And this part's important. We support decriminalizing those sold in the sex trade. We want people to get exit strategies and services, not criminal penalties. But we don't support decriminalizing pimps, sex buyers, and brothel owners. And that is what's at stake here. This is not, as people have suggested, just about a city ordinance. This is about a strategy to decriminalize the sex trade in Montpelier, in Burlington, in Vermont and across the country. And we know that, as other people have suggested, because every person who's come up wanting to abandon this ordinance has talked about the importance of decriminalizing the sex trade. It's what Perry Freeman wanted in Burlington. It's what's being proposed statewide. So I'd like to just end with a quick story. When decriminalization was being proposed in Washington, D.C., a young Black sex trade survivor walked into the office of a city council member. And that survivor said, "I am completely opposed to full decriminalization. But you know who's not? My pimp. My pimp supports full decriminalization." And so when considering this, I urge you to consider the fact that this is what pimps want. They want full decriminalization, i.e. decriminalizing pimps, sex buyers, and brothel owners. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Wow. Well, I just want to thank everybody who spoke this evening, particularly those who shared their own stories. I know that can take a lot of courage to share your own story, and I am really grateful for just being able to hear that. So, thank you, and yeah, we've got some further discussion that we need to have now. Any other comments? Just general stuff. No. Okay. Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Just because this wasn't, I think, made. I should probably say this at the beginning. What we're talking about tonight is where you want to go. We still have to have 2 hearings to actually amend the ordinance, even if it's just to repeal what's there. So just to be clear, we will have at least 2 more conversations about this unless we just choose to do nothing. So just want to let people aware of that.
Thank you. Yes, Donna.
I feel Bill opened the door because I would like us to go with the 3 recommendations from the Police Review Committee. Want me to read them?
Sure.
That we support the H-268 of 2021, which repeals consensual prostitution laws while retaining felony human trafficking laws. Number 2, that we repeal its prostitution ordinances, which criminalizes housing for sex workers, the acts of sex work, and the safe workplace for sex workers. 3, that the Montpelier PD should continue to deprioritize the investigation of consensual sex work and instead prioritize human trafficking, coercion, and when force is at issue.
Okay. Other comments? Connor and then Lauren.
Was that a motion, Donna?
Yes.
Maybe.
Or, I mean, that's what I like to do. And
perhaps just an amendment on that H-268 dead. So I would just think maybe amended to Montpelier City Council support legislation which repeals.
Okay, cool.
If you did that.
Thanks for the update.
What was that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion. Carrie. Oh, and then Lauren, you had something. Right. I guess go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, no, also grateful for so much input, personal experience. To me, I did feel like there was a lot of parallel conversations or conversations conflating things. I think all of us here.
Hey, Lauren, can you get closer to that? Thank you.
Nope. I'll try to project.
Here,
Yes,
there we go.
yes. What I'm hearing is the opportunity to, and I think this is what the chief was really looking at, is wanting every tool to address sex trafficking, violence, child abuse, protecting victims. And, if there's opportunities to, to me, I do think that the state policy conversation around that is, if there's going to be, and there already is a decriminalization conversation, that, the key part of that is how are we maintaining and maybe even strengthening tools to make sure that we can go after sex traffickers and, the horrific experiences we heard tonight. And, everyone wants to be able to address that and give our, or speaking for myself, give our police department the ability to take that on. I think the repealing, our current ordinance, it sounds like, is doing nothing for us. It's not even being used. So repealing that seems like a no-brainer. I definitely, I have some concerns about the proposed language. I think that conversation of if there's gaps in the state law, let's advocate to the state law of how that law should be improved so that we can be going after, again, making sure that we're able to protect victims. I would also maybe add that we should be advocating for increased resources. We heard that there's 2 people in the state who are helping victims of sex trafficking, or, a resource. So maybe we could add that to our lobbying advocacy, along with, that we should be investing more in that. But it was kind of presented tonight by some people as some radical move if we got rid of our ordinance. Governor Scott, who is not shy about vetoing bills, signed doing this in Burlington. This is not a radical move at all. But I do think the conversation around what should be, what our modern laws around sex work should be have, and I don't think anyone's trying to hide that. But I think for our city, also, we don't have the ability to repeal or to make sex work legal. So that's really not the conversation of what we're even able to do. So it's getting late and I think I'm rambling, so I'll just leave it there.
Carrie and then Jack and then Con.
I wanted to speak to the motion that Donna made, but if others have more general comments to go first, they should go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Long night. People we've heard very heartfelt views from a number of people, including the outside witnesses and the chief. I appreciate the chief's values, and it really shows and supports what we heard from the chief in the Police Review Commission, which is, one, the Montpelier Police Department is not interested in putting sex workers in jail and is not making any kind of priority for arresting sex workers and putting them in jail. Whether that means we should, I understand that the chief has some concerns about the language of deprioritizing, but it's clear that they're not out there trying to arrest sex workers. 2, it's very clear that the police department wants to protect people against trafficking and exploitation, and that their work to protect the victims of trafficking and exploitation can be carried out under the existing state law. The language of the current ordinance is terrible, and we just can't keep it. We're not going to legalize prostitution in Montpelier. We couldn't, even if we wanted to. And we're not going to encourage people. We're not going to establish a huge legal sex activity market in Montpelier either. But I agree that although I think many of us have a strong view that people should be free to do what they want to with their bodies as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And logic tells me that, as with the relationships of other populations with the police, prohibition makes sex work more dangerous because it makes it, it's a huge disincentive for victims to ask the police for help. So, the exact language of, that we come up with will work out during the, two public hearings, but I support the motion to, put this item on the agenda for two public hearings so we can, we can, one, do away with the current ordinance, and two, discuss what other steps we can do to protect vulnerable population.
Harry or Connor, did you have? I thought your hand was up.
No, I'll just make a quick. I think I'd be repetitive there, but I will just say again, thanks everybody for the courage for speaking tonight. And I think generally, it's an emotional discussion, but I think it was generally pretty respectful tonight. A couple of jabs were thrown at the chief there, and I just want to say, chief is one of the leading voices in the state for sort of reimagining how policing works. So I really don't want to let it go that in any way he's, intending to, use this ordinance to, persecute people or anything. He brings it down to the human level every time. I think it needs to be said. Ishtar Collective also got a few jabs tonight. It's a local organization. They're not a deep-pocketed, sinister entity, I think. So I want to get that out of the way. Overall, I think I'm comfortable with the approach. Human trafficking is the most depraved and despicable act you can think of, and especially with a child, it's below contempt. So I think we do need to think of ways we can get tools to, fully prosecute that. But I don't think at this point I have all the information I would need to make an intelligent decision about bolstering the state law. Like Kerry said, the committee process would have witnesses from ACLU, Network Against Sexual Violence, and I don't know if we could do it justice in a couple public hearings there. So I would support the motion now with the caveat that we should continue the discussion about what our legislative priorities are, what we should explore there. And maybe there is some language we could add here in Montpelier. I'm just not ready for that right now.
Yeah, Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to thank everybody who spoke. I want to particularly thank the people who spoke from their own personal experience and told us some of the really horrific experiences that they've had. And that takes a tremendous amount of bravery and strength. And we don't hear that enough from the people who are actually impacted. So thank you for that. I wanted to just speak to the specific motion. And there are 3 recommendations from the Police Review Committee. It would be in favor of repealing the Montpelier ordinance. I think the way it stands right now, it's absolutely intolerable the way that it's written. We cannot, now that we're looking at it, we can't unsee it and we can't say it's okay and just leave it there. I'm not hearing anything compelling for why we need an ordinance that repeats something that's already illegal at the state level. That we don't have an ordinance against murder. We don't have an ordinance against rape. And those are certainly enforced, and things that we don't want to have happen in our city. And I don't think that the police department's ability to, investigate child abuse is hindered by the fact that we don't have an ordinance against it. It's illegal, and so I don't think that our current ordinance is doing anything particularly helpful. In fact, I think it's harmful the way it's written, and so my preference would be just to remove it. I'm not feeling like I can vote for the city to advocate for decriminalization at the state level at this point. I think that is a much, much bigger question that I don't think we're, as many people have said, takes more experts, more process, more time. I wouldn't really feel comfortable saying that tonight. And then similarly with the third recommendation, my personal bias towards motions and actions of the city council is we do as little as we have to and let the staff do as much as they can. I think that the police department is already doing that third recommendation, and it doesn't feel important to me to direct them to keep doing that. So that's just where I stand on that one.
Yes, Donna.
Yes, I thought that the third one was important because it's supporting the police, giving them direction. And so it's like a value statement that we're giving them direction to keep doing what they're doing. So I thought that the committee really worded these three very well. And so that's why I included all three of them.
Yeah, I guess anyone else wish to weigh in? I guess I would add that I'm also not ready to, I mean, maybe I won't have to vote, but I'm also not ready to advocate for decriminalization at the state level. So that part of it that was the first one.
Consensual prostitution, which it's in our agenda pack, which repeals consensual prostitution laws while remaining felony human trafficking laws. And maybe that's the same, but to me, it's a very clear statement of repealing consensual prostitution.
I feel like I need to dig into that a little bit further before I was ready to support something like that. But and it also, like, one of the things that I am also hearing a little bit of conflict is maybe the wrong word, but just a discrepancy, something about what you were saying, Lauren, about how do we give our police department the tools that they need to do the investigations to help people get out of bad situations, which I see as potentially in opposition to just to repeal, to advocating for the repeal of these laws. And maybe it's not different, but I guess I worry about that part of it. Sorry. Yeah, maybe I'm mischaracterizing, but please, yes, go ahead.
I don't think they're in conflict.
Okay.
I think like step one could be repeal this. And then I think it's an ongoing conversation about, microphone issues. To me, it sounded like an ongoing conversation based on what the chief was sharing in this presentation of, it sounded like there's potentially, from his perspective, gaps in the state laws around how we're able to be helping victims, addressing sex trafficking. And maybe there's something that Montpelier would want to do, or maybe Montpelier would want to be supporting the state to be improving those laws. So I think they're just kind of two different things, or just,
yeah,
they're not in conflict as far as
before we go to you, Jack, what maybe a different way to think of it is, like, if there are these loopholes, right, that are not helpful for the human trafficking side of it, is that something that we would, like, if the state law is not sufficient in that way, would we consider adding that to our legislative agenda, particularly around human trafficking, not necessarily around prostitution? Just thinking out loud. But Jack, and then Carrie, and then Donna. Yeah.
Thank you. For what we've been talking about and Donna's motion, the one thing that we need to have a public hearing on by our charter and by statute is the repeal of the two sections of the ordinances that we're talking about. The other things don't necessarily have to go through the formal public hearing process, because you don't really know what we're where we're going to come out, what we think we're going to propose. So what we might want to do, and I'll float this as an idea before I make it as a formal motion to amend the motion, but we might consider amending the motion to say we're scheduling a public hearing to consider repealing sections 11706 and 11707 of the ordinances. And further, we are going to put on the agenda further study of other issues related to prostitution raised by, or other issues related to human trafficking and exploitation raised by the Police Review Commission report. Does that work for
I see
you?
that as a separate motion. That's why I wanted sort of a value statement, and then we deal with the actual setting of the hearing. And we've always needed to back up what we need to do to improve any ordinance that gives the police more tools. So yes, I like your motion, but I like it as a separate motion.
Carrie.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I like that motion idea as well. And I would happily vote for that one. I think that one of the things that's really clear, that hopefully was really made clear tonight, is that all of the tools that we currently have to address human trafficking and exploitation are profoundly inadequate. And that law enforcement is just one tiny little piece of the puzzle, and law enforcement's tools are always going to be inadequate, as is any other one piece of this. And so trying to come up with the perfect law or the perfect set of laws that will make sure that no one is ever sexually exploited in a culture where sexual exploitation is built into how we operate together, is going to be fruitless. So that's part of why I'm not comfortable with supporting a legislative agenda right now of any particular specific kind.
Donna, did you have anything more to add? Okay. Further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. So any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
Mine is on his motion.
Donna's motion.
Accepting the three recommendations from the police review.
You're voting aye. Okay. Okay, so I believe the motion passes. Donna's,
Yes.
I did ask for nays. And was there a second motion? Did you want to?
I think that's included in your motion. That was, since your motion was to approve the three prongs.
Right, we need a motion to set the first hearing of changing the ordinance, which I thought you were going to do.
I thought that was in your motion, but I'm happy to make that motion.
So the motion, as I understood it, is to go on record supporting
Yes.
decriminalization of consensual sex work. That's the first thing that says, and to
Repeal.
direct the police to deprioritize, and then to repeal the ordinance, but it did not set a
Yeah.
first reading date or anything
Okay,
like that.
well, I'll make that motion. Move that we schedule a public hearing to repeal sections 11706 and 11707 of our Code of Ordinances.
Right.
Further discussion? Okay. I guess I just also want to add, I hope that we do more around the issue of human trafficking. I hope this is not the end of this discussion. Okay. I just want to put that up. I just want to make sure that I was at least on record saying that. All right. So further discussion. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed. Okay. Thank you. Whew, this was a long item. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
All right. So we 10, I know, right? So 10:30. I think we should do the district heat, but budget and rates, and that is it. Is that okay, team? Can we do one more thing? Thank you.
You already did on the consent agenda.
Item D.
Did you have a question? No, we are definitely not doing 12 to 16 Main Street. Yeah. We're the only item that we're going to take up at this point is the district heat budget and rates. Sure. Great.
All right. Thank you. Kelly Murphy, Finance Director. I am going to put in a quick presentation here, so bear with me. I don't think it's queued up yet, so apologies. I am totally fine with that. If you'd like me to do the abridged version. I read through it. Do I understand it?
I don't think you have to be really long.
No, I will be fast. I promise. Let's see if I can get it up here. See, do we have it? All right, and it looks like everybody can see that. So I'm going to be quick. So the intent of this presentation is not to set rates tonight. It's really just to get, hopefully, the affirmative to adopt the budget so that we can move forward with rates. And so I'm going to walk you through kind of what that means, why we're asking this right now. And the main thing is that per the customer agreements, Article 6, Section 6.7, we need to adopt the budget by 6:30. We are really trying to comply with those agreements. So I'm just going to get into details. This slide just kind of details the audited financial statements up to 2021. We are about to close 2022. So we'll have more details shortly on how the year is looking. But just wanted to kind of break down the state of Vermont charges and costs, and then the city costs. Yes. Oh, am I not sharing the screen? All right, well, hold on. Let me keep here. Oh, I'm not able to do that. Yeah. Oh, there she is. Great.
Hi, sorry. Can I help you?
May I share my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, folks at home.
Oh, no, just sit here. Don't
Oh,
click that.
nope. Okay. Out.
Yeah, just click that. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're in business. Okay. I'm just going to take it from here. We'll just keep rolling with this. So as I was sort of saying, this slide here kind of breaks down the costs for district heat, because I wanted to be able to show, you know, the differences between the state's cost and the city cost, because they're two parts of the same equation. I'm not going to get into the detail really, but just wanted you to see that. And then also to highlight here, one of the major difference between the audited financial statements and our budget is depreciation. And that really is the delta before where we're ending at a net loss. We are projecting to end in a very similar position in 2022. So I wanted to highlight that. And now I'm adding slides, so bear with me. On to debt service. Just wanted to highlight here that in FY22, the debt service is about $185,000, but I also wanted to identify the instruments that we have currently on the books for debt service. So you can see them here, and you can also see in this column when they mature. And so we're taking a really close look at that, especially as we really look at the vitality of the system on the whole. And then moving on into the good stuff here. Really wanted to kind of identify two parts of the equation. We've got the capacity charge, which is the fixed charge, and the energy charge, which is the variable charge. We have received reports from the state, two different methodologies to set rates that we get from the state. And wanting to highlight that the budget is actually built off of that higher rate. We did go out to the customers and ask for feedback. We've received a couple of comments, but not from sort of the whole. So we're still kind of waiting on that. And we're also still waiting on the capacity study from Evergreen Energy that we're doing, which will then really factor into the capacity charges. So just backing up a little bit and looking at the rates from the state, they are projecting that the energy costs will be up significantly. Wood chips are up by 14%, and then the fuel oil number 2 has more than doubled. And so the increase in the rate here and what the budget is built on is $20.47. And so that is about $60,000 on the budget on the whole, and then just identifying what each of those individual items are. Then just wanted to show you the capacity charges. This is for FY22, the Evergreen study that we've commissioned. We're working on getting prepped and ready to come before you for the next meeting. And so this is just where we ended up in FY22. And so we'll come back with more detail there. And then just moving on to the budget summary. The budget as it's built right now would be about approximately $690,000. It's up by $63,000. And so you can see the details here on the slide. I also wanted to highlight this other cost column. That's the debt service. And then just a few key assumptions. Not a lot has changed in the budget other than the energy costs. And so that's what's really generating this proposal to go with the higher of the two rates proposed by the state. The lower of those two rates would be a more historical methodology, which would blend the last 3 years, but just giving the spikes in energy costs, I think that we would end up with a larger spike down the road if we were not to go with the budget at this level. The other thing that this does account for is personnel costs. It accounts for the Evergreen capacity study, and then also for a reserve entry for VITA to reinvest in the system and hopefully go towards that loan repayment. And so those are the major items that are included in this budget. And then the last slide that I have here for you is just the sort of steps and, what we're seeking to achieve here. So we want to adopt the budget, and this is kind of the most conservative approach. And we can certainly look into other approaches if you'd like. If we were to take the lower rate, then we would end up sort of increasing the budget less, obviously, but it'd be about $50,000 less, just to give you perspective there. But our proposal is to go with a higher rate and then really narrow that as we set rates once we know what the capacity charges will be and what the implications will be for customers. Then just the second step in this is in July on the 20th to come back to you with the Evergreen capacity study and the impact. And then third step is to really look at sort of everything there. And then the fourth step is to really lock in those rates. And then, we're going to continue to engage customers on those rates in the next couple of cycles. So that's all I have for presentation materials. I am happy to take questions. And I hope that was quick for you.
Thanks, Kelly. Could you explain why part of our energy increase is based on increases in fuel oil and natural gas costs for wood chip plant?
Yeah, so that's all part of running the district heat plant at the state level and then returning that energy to us.
So there's actually two there's two factors. Number one is in the shoulder seasons, the state supplements with oil because they can't always, they don't need to get up to the heat that the mass that you burn with the biomass. So they will supplement with oil. And I think more directly is that wood chips are shipped and trucked. And so a lot of the cost of wood chips fluctuates with the cost of the delivery. And they do fluctuate with oil prices, just not, they don't peak as high and as low, but there's still a relationship.
And plus, number two fuel oil is the same as diesel.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
So am I reading this right? This is like a 10% increase?
That's correct.
Given that most heating, everyone who's on fossil fuels right now is more than double. So it seems like a good, it's unfortunate, but kind of minimal damage given what's happening in the energy sector right now. So actually great to see that it's not higher, knowing how much pain some people are in right now.
But to be clear, that's the budget.
But
Not
still,
necessarily the rate.
will be-
Once we get all the state rates and the capacities and all that stuff. But yes, you're right. It is good.
Don't poo it. It's good.
Other thoughts or comments?
So do you
Don?
need sorry. Do you need a resolution or anything now, or?
Need to approve the budget.
Okay. I move that we approve the budget.
Okay, motion and a second. Further discussion? Yes, Donna.
Question. The budget, and then between now and the 30th, you decide to finalize it.
No, it'll be on your next meeting to approve the rate.
We don't meet again until July.
Right. July 20th.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, great. So with that, we're pushing off all the other items for the evening. So we're gonna go to council reports. Dawn, are you good to start?
Yes, I'm looking forward to July 3rd parade. May we have good weather and see everybody.
Sounds good. Carrie,
Thanks.
Jennifer, Jack.
Yes.
I am also going to pass. Crystal, go ahead. Anything, Crystal?
Pass.
Okay, great. Great. Go ahead.
I'm almost going to pass. I'm going to give you the Elks Club update, which is we close on July 1st. You've authorized the mayor or Cameron to sign the documents, and the RFP for project manager will be out by the end of the week. Otherwise, I'll pass.
Okay, great. All right. So that's the end of our business. So we are going to adjourn without objection. 10:40. Thank you, everybody.